Hey, what's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome to a brand new episode of Heliopsychosis Podcast. This is your host, Vikka, guys. Welcome to the show. And yes, what an awesome conversation and topic we've got today. We all knew this was coming and what it means for Flat Earth community, right? So, yep, a clown show. That would be the best word to put it out with what's going on, right? Many things will be in question, right? What is really happening and why the narrative is being controlled in that way, right? So yeah, get comfortable, get your popcorn, tea, coffee, split, whatever makes you comfortable, and let's jump in with today's. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Let's say hello to my co-host and brother Gene. How are you, Gene, brother?
Hey, bro. Doing great, man. Doing great. Another week went by, uneventful. You see, you got a lot of people. You guys know I'm from Brooklyn, right? And like all this commotion going on over here with like what are they talking about? Independence Day or something like that, right? They're all protesting. I want to remind my friends from Brooklyn that you guys are from Kings County, right next to Queens. It's kind of funny, but whatever. Yeah, man. I guess this will be the start of what these guys want to start talking about post TFE. Um, I don't know. It could be interesting, but I wouldn't pay $60 to watch that. I can tell you that much. $60 to watch what they're going to talk about. I'll wait for. I'll be late to that party and feel good about it too. I can't believe they're going to try something like that. I'm curious to see how they're going to handle it. That's for sure. But so yeah, I want to say hi to everyone in the chat. Welcome everybody. Um, Eric, I'm pretty sure that wasn't me that timed you out. I timed out one person in my 3 years of here, and that was only a couple weeks ago. And that was just like a warning to someone, and I don't think we've seen him since. So, well, haven't seen him too much since. But no, thank everybody for coming and hanging out, and thank everybody with the wrenches who are taking care of the conversation that goes sideways in the chat, because it could definitely get heated up there. So I really appreciate everybody that's here hanging out, and welcome. Have a good time, guys. Vika, thanks for the show also, bro. Um, I know you're running a crazy schedule. If you guys don't know, it's 4:30 here in New York. And so what does that mean? It's you think that means it's 10:30 over there by you? 10:30 p.m. So that's a big deal, guys. Vika's doing this to the wee hours in the morning for us all. And I'm happy to be here with everybody. So welcome, guys.
Yeah, brother. We all are doing it together, right? We could be doing any other shit in life. Everybody, right? Everybody
Yep.
can. How you spend your time is really tells what the people are trying to do. Like time can be just even wasted. So if we guys are putting effort to get at a singular time together, like even though it's changing during summer and winter, and we're trying to put it on from quite a few years, so that's quite an effort, brother. And thanks to you too, and everybody who had passed on this panel in these past 3 years. There have been amazing people and legends have passed here, and always the door is open for more legends to come in as we have today here too. So yeah, absolutely, brother, and happy Father's Day to everybody here on the panel and the people who are listening. Yep, we know, same like the Mother's Day, the Father Day is also every day, right? Because it's happening in the silence, right? So I'm quite glad that it's been celebrated at least on the same day in the whole world, because so yeah, absolutely. Happy Father's Day to you all, and let's say hello also to Tron, our next panelist. Tron, how you doing, bro?
Very good. How are you doing, sir? Everybody.
Hey, Tron. Welcome, bud.
Oh yeah.
Thank, thank you. Now, happy Father's Day to whoever's a father. I'm a father.
Happy Father's Day.
Yes, you too, everybody.
Thank you.
Good to be
Oh yeah.
here. Good to be here. Don't know how long I'm going to
No.
be able to stay, Vikka, but I'll be here for a little bit.
Oh yeah, brother. Anytime anyone is, every minute you are here, you guys are here is appreciated, right? And your input. So absolutely, brother. Whenever you feel comfortable, all right. Uh, and yeah, let's say to our new guest, it's first time here. We are first time speaking. I saw him uh, on Vlad's channel during those questions with Dave, and I really liked the way he put it out in a simple way with no freaking emotions of being like, I think it's one of the best way to that the is put out so that the people can understand what is the problem with TFE, right? So absolutely, Justin Johnson, welcome to the panel, brother. Glad to have you here. You're muted. Are you muted? Mic check. We don't hear you, Justin.
Yeah, he's getting it.
Alrighty.
Hey guys, lives have
So,
hiccups. We all know that. No big deal.
Hey, they're
oh
messing
yeah,
with us.
technically.
In the TikTok world, let me tell you something, man. Our lives last night, it was unbelievable the crap that was going down on everybody's lives.
How about now, Vikka?
Oh yeah,
There
we
go.
got you.
All right. Appreciate you having me on. Sorry to cut you off there, Tron. Pleasure being here, guys. Gene, Tron, Vikka. I'm
Welcome.
kind of
Nice
new
to
to
meet you,
this
bro.
stuff. Kind of new to this stuff, so I'm getting it in due time. But we're off to a good start, and I appreciate the kind gestures about the interview on Ironworks and stuff. I'm just glad to be here. Happy Father's Day to everybody here in chat, the panel. I love this community a lot, and I feel that a lot of the bad apples have been thrown out, and everything that's happened is just a stepping stone in the right direction, regardless of whether it looks negative or not. You know what I'm saying, brothers?
Oh yeah, it's a purge. It's a purge, right? It's a cleansing. It's a detox.
Yes.
Exactly.
Trolls, dissenters, people that have been put in on purpose to stir things up and lead people astray. That's my opinion of it all. I think it's quite obvious that is what has gone on, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, so it does, Justin and everybody on the panel. Doesn't it look like this doesn't have to be a casuality of things happening, right? This all is so scripted, right? If the way it's rolling out, it's showing how scripted it's been from maybe a decade.
Yeah, we really got to be careful with who you trust. I just try to go by trust no one and question everything. That seems to be the best ideology we could have. We'll meet a lot of like-minded people on the way, and it's really just a solo journey anyway. But we will collaborate and come together and have all the right answers. Because no one individually does.
Oh yeah, for sure, it's a group effort, but also taking advantage of oppositions and sending in the wrong direction. It's worse than a natural progress, right? It's
Yeah.
very clear if people cannot see it that Jaren was a plan right from the start. It's nothing about honest about him, about his logo. He's saying being honest, right? He was a freaking plan right from the beginning. This is what it shows. I don't know if the people cannot see it.
Yeah. It's really important for the exposure because even myself was fooled. I didn't think that he was in on it already until after the fact of the final experiment. So, I think it was definitely a positive for me, especially because I would have probably been just as much of a sucker as anybody else.
Well, I'm glad that Eddie, right? Eddie called it out way before, right, Vikka? He called it out. And he said what was going to happen, and he's been right so far. Eddie Alencar, I'm talking about.
Oh, he seems to be like a prophet in flat Earth. Everything he's been saying,
he hit it.
is coming true.
He did, and so it is going to be. I'm one of those guys. I was in my total different vein for flat Earth and all things related to it, but he and I knew that Jaren, going way back, years ago kind of flipped, you know what I'm saying? And it was kind of a phony and a plant. And there's a couple others, which I'm not going to get involved in here, that are highly suspect, that have been known for years in our arenas, that talk a good talk, but you just don't know, you know. So, but I'm not here to do anything other than deal with the truth, you know.
100%. You know, my stream got taken down the other night for being an amateur, you know, doing some copyright. But we kind of raided Witsit's stream while he went on live, and kind of went in there and dropped a bunch of logic in there. And I still had a wrench from previously, even though I was unsubscribed. So I was able to dodge and weave a lot of the get put in timeout kind of thing. But eventually he took the wrench. But I thought that was really healthy. Unfortunately, we can't watch it. You can watch it on his, but we don't like to give him any more likes than he gets. But it's definitely interesting. My mockumentary that I did stream before that, if you guys want to see some good humor, I would recommend watching that, because the first 2 hours of it was just all mockumentary, basically just making fun of everything that's been said and done. And I'm playing the role of going to Antarctica in it, so I recommend it.
If you got a link, put it up, bro.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, we saw that part too, where like you are calling out Austin directly on his live.
Yeah, it was good stuff. It was long overdue, you know. He doesn't come on enough, you know. So it was just
Yeah,
good
every
timing.
time you have to come up, there have to be some agenda, right?
Hey, did any of you guys kick in the $60 or whatever?
Dude, it was, I think it
The
was also
$97
90 for
or whatever.
VIPs. I don't know if it
Yeah,
was 90
did.
for VIPs or something.
I wouldn't give 30 cents for this bull crap.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous.
I think it's time for some people to look for work, you know, as in get a job.
Oh yeah, this is the thing. The problem is these people have made this their bread.
Yeah. And apparently they
this,
need
this,
money.
this is the freaking problem, right? Like, so you come up with whatever to keep it going. It's like it's like a drug, right? Yeah, because laziness also is like that, right? When you don't want to work and you want to make money out of people's pulling people, right? This is because this you if it was really about truth, the community would have been somewhere else, right? The things these people talk and speak and don't do things shows what is this control opposition is about. Now this debate shows it's a control opposition, right? They both know each other, they are business partners, it's the two wings of the same bird.
Yeah.
Right.
Here's what they did. I'll tell you. They got together and they went, hey, man, hey, let's have this debate and we can charge all this money. And then me and you can get some money in our bank account. Come on. That's exactly what it was. I mean, come on. What is this debate about other than a waste of time and to get money out of people? Because if they were legit, they wouldn't ask nobody for no money. People would want to give if they felt like they needed to support. You know what I'm saying? Having to ask, they're no different than some televangelist having to support his multi-million-dollar whatever. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'll shut up.
No, you're right about that, man. I think there's more people in on it than meets the eye as well. You know, like the Weisses and you know, I hate to name drop, but we got to do what we got to do. You know, I don't trust any of them. You know, I pointed it out pretty well on Vlad's channel too when I had that discussion with Dave Weiss, what I thought about it as far as just the division. And if they all came back Glovers, then it would be too obvious, you know. So I think that's kind of part of the gig of Witsit. Yeah, just Witsit staying flat and saying there's a 24-hour sun. Weiss is saying there's no 24-hour sun, but Witsit still, you know, I don't know. He's just protecting his app as far as Weiss goes, most likely. But I just think they give it all different directions so that way it doesn't, you know, they're trying to cover it up to make it not look so obvious. But we see through it.
There's well, I don't want to give any names. I'm just going to be quiet.
Yeah, it seems like the bigger you are, the more compromised you can be. You know, you're just a target. So I think everybody has a price to some extent.
I don't know everybody that's compromised. I don't know. And There might be some that are well known and some that are well known that aren't. But I think there's going to be people that it's already happening that you would never know, ever suspect one time. And they are, because it's already happening. It's already happening, even in my world. On the TikTok, it's happening big time. And it's going to happen some more because they're going to get outed. It's already happening. Big names. Big
well,
ones.
I think this debate was set up probably earlier, though. I don't think Jaron and Austin did it. You know, I think this was probably already in the works long time ago. I don't know if they can do anything too organic anymore, really.
No, they're desperate. They're getting desperate, you know. And like Bob Dylan says, they're just holding up their end of the bargain. You know what I mean?
It's for money. There's no other reason. Nope. Who's going to believe either one of them? I don't care what either one of them has to say. I really don't. Because I never followed.
Exactly. Nobody cares because if, as somebody was saying, if they really cared, they would have done it like for free, first of all, and show the people that is legit. This is freaking all controlled, scripted shit.
Yes.
This is what it is, right?
It's convenient. Watch. Here's my prediction. I could be wrong. Now there's a debate. How many months has it been? How many?
Almost
7
6
months. Now
pushing 7.
Now we have the debate, and then in time they're going to have exactly what they went down there for when Duffy and his little filmmaker Jonathan went out and said they made a movie. They went down wherever they went to make a movie. That's what they were doing. They made a little crappy movie. It's going to suck, but they're doing it. That was the whole reason, because they said it out of their own mouths. This had nothing to do with anything other than that, and some sort of psyop just to stir crap up.
Yeah, it's kind of multifaceted, actually. I think because they're trying real hard to debunk that the AE map, if you notice. So
yeah,
you know, which I think is very problematic. It's just telling. You know, every time they say go left, you just look right. You know, because if you're over the target, is all it's telling you. So not that we subscribe 100% to an AE map, but
they don't want to talk. They want to get rid of that there, because that is showing more and more that may be pretty darn good. It's the only thing that seems
that is why they are attacking. That is
exactly
that. Yeah, reason that is the reason these people are so much about it. But we don't. It's creating more confusion because the people who are trying to destroy this map, and there are some flat earthers that are helping them to do that. This is the real problem, right? Quick shout out to our brother Ironworks for the super chat, brother. See you in a bit here. And let's say also hello to Sam. Sam is here. Sam, how are you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you? Everything okay?
Good. And how's everything there?
Yeah, it's okay. Anyway, it's all right.
Relaxed?
Yeah, relaxed.
All right. And also, welcome, brother. Welcome. And this is the thing. I also have another panelist. I want to just mention something before I introduce him. This is the thing. We've been known. We know each other from maybe 6 or 7 years. He has an amazing channel. We also were first friends, at least in that time, on Facebook. He even runs a couple of flat earth groups, huge groups on Facebook. And he also has an amazing channel with awesome editing skills called the Genetic Truth Tube. His channel was taken out, the first channel. He's the real deal. And it's so glad to have him here today with us, our brother, our longtime brother from Norway. Tom, how are you, my brother? Tom, how are you?
Thank you, Vikka. I'm fine. And good evening from the Arctics. I'm a little surprised to hear that it was Father's Day today, because our Father's Day is in November, but I guess it's different from country to country. So, but anyway, happy Father's Day to those who are fathers.
Hey, thanks. You too, brother. Nice to meet you.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, we have a history, Vikka. I don't know how long back, maybe 2016, 2017. Back then, your channel
Oh yeah,
was
well,
named
earlier. Yeah.
something else, like Animus, or something in those lines.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the last thing I remember was that we cooperated on this Mount Everest video.
Exactly. Oh yeah. Awesome stuff have been shared even before these two documentaries. Tom will tell you how many videos I have and how much videos he have. Same like Flat Earth Banjo, like some of the same timing guys, right?
What did you
Lot
say?
of effort put in simple way. Yeah, go ahead.
What did you ask about? How many videos?
No, I'm not got a question. I'm just saying how many videos we have, you have, I have, that from
Yeah,
all
yeah,
these years that we have made about flat Earth and memes
yeah. You know, I
and
was
the group
maybe
and the
this.
community on Facebook.
I've been around since 2014, and I was probably the fifth or sixth YouTube channel who started to make flat Earth content. Before Jeran and before Sargent, and so it was only Eric Dubai and Rory Cooper and this German Caesar and Jimmy Henning that was around that at that time. So I've seen people come and go. I've seen every grift that Jaren has done. I have all the documents of his former scams and Bitcoin scams and blackmails and uh, all the donation stuff. You know, because I was really surprised back then because I couldn't understand why someone could just come and to start to take money for stuff that we have been giving out for free for almost a year, you know. And his channel just developed more and more into what looks like a casino. I think it was PayPal, it was Patreon, it was merch, it was.
It's got like 10 different places to donate, you know?
Yeah, it's like you know
That's
everything,
why I
but
recommend
the truth
watching
it was
my
there actually.
mockumentary. Sorry, guys.
And
That's
he
why I
was
recommend watching that mockumentary. It's if you want some good comedy. I mentioned that quite a few times in there. Sorry to cut you off, brother.
okay. So you know he was stealing material from me and from Rory Cooper, and you know just changed it a little bit, maybe changed the music so he could earn money on it. And I think he still do to this day. He's promoting stuff that we gave away for free for 10 years ago. So I don't think anyone should be surprised that he's still doing it, you know. And it's beyond me how people can even buy a ticket to go to listen to that guy. So I always try to warn people, but nobody listened. I guess I'm so censored that I can't really, my voice don't come out to people. So, anyways, thanks for inviting me tonight, and just ask if there's anything you want about.
Oh yeah, brother. Everybody do check out his channel. Uh, Write something in the comments so that people can follow you, Tom. Zetetic Truth Tube, right? It's the second channel because the first one was also taken out, right? Really hardworking brother, amazing stuff. He have like libraries of memes on Facebook in different groups, right? From a very, very long time,
Yeah, I have the biggest
right?
online
So
flat Earth library, you could say, with over 150 book titles I collected through the
nice.
years. Yeah,
So leave the link. Leave the link in the chat, bro. That's awesome stuff.
yeah.
Leave the link
I can send a link to my group
in the
where they are.
chat. You're a
Okay,
mod. Oh yeah, you're a mod, so you can put any link in the chat for the people.
okay. Thank you. I will
So
do
yeah,
that.
brother, I know you, and there are many other people who's been watching and seeing this from a very long time, including Mr. Austin, because in his recent video he was saying he spent all the time, his money to make the tour. Dude, the people were donating, right? People were donating. It was not it was out of his pocket,
Yeah,
right?
those Globers sure seem to
And
eat
you
that
guys
up.
say, how these channels were promoted. What? Go ahead. What was that?
No, I was just saying those Globers sure seem to eat it up, but they're just a bunch of foot soldiers, you know. I don't even know how much of the super chats he gets are even real. You know, I question everything.
Oh yeah, it's not about the Globers. It's also about the flat Earth. You imagine 10 years the casino is going on in every colors. What the hell did these people do for the community other than just grifting in these 10 years? What have they really done for the community other than the hit pieces and the shit that they emit? They know that they themselves cannot prove it, right? That's why they're always in the la la land and not doing real science to prove the amount of money and bullshit is being spread can be done for many experiments, scientific experiments, properly done, right? But it's always
Right.
about the grab. It's nothing. Yeah, it's always been like that. That is the reason in 10 years we haven't got a lot of progress, but we got a lot of hit pieces and a lot of money and resources spent on nothing.
Yes, sir. I fell into that trap pretty well myself because I've donated a lot of money to both Jaren and Witsit. You know, I just try to support anything and everything I love to try to keep the movement alive. So I'm just as guilty as anybody, you know. But everybody has their process, you know, of waking the hell up. And you know, they actually both have taught me quite a bit. So you know, it's not all negative. I try to take positives from the failures, you know. But it's good to see that you know we're capable of not subscribing to an individual. It's more of the truth is all we're after, and that's not asking too much.
Oh yeah, brother. A quick shout out to our brother Blacklight for the super chat. Says keep it going. Blacklight, your link is on TikTok, brother. Alrighty, on your DMs. And yeah, same goes for RG. RG, yours are on Telegram, the usual places, right? So, your thoughts on TFE, Tom? Your initial thoughts and how it's been happening. What was you expecting?
Well, I have been, as you know, time lapsing the midnight sun here every year since 2016. So I have a little experience about how it should look. And speaking of, it's only a week now until this year's midnight sun will arrive. So the minute I saw this footage, what they presented as footage, I knew it was fake. You know, it didn't look real. It you know there were not the right colors. The sun was too high in the sky, and it changed shape, and you know it was almost too perfect. Also, because in reality, we spend years trying to get a good shot. You know, you don't just go there and make a perfect shot and come home again. So I knew there was something wrong with it. So I didn't really have to see it. You know, I knew it was fake. So I don't even think they were in Antarctica. You know, because Antarctica that time of year is supposed to be at least minus 10 degrees Celsius, and they were walking around, you know, in t-shirts and looked like they were in the Norwegian Easter Mountains. You know,
Taking their
uh,
shirts off, and getting a tan.
yeah.
Give me a break.
And
You get, go
they
ahead.
had a perfect weather exactly that day they were there. So, and nobody else in history has like did that before them. You know, it's too many conveniences. It's like too many coincidences. I mean, it's
Oh
too.
yeah, brother. Just to add you, Tom. Just to add to what you're saying. For example, when you filmed the selenial eclipses, how many shots and places and the weather phenomena you had to go through, brother, in those days? Yeah, and these people got the best shots of their life right there on that day, dude. More fake than this shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's right. You know, it's only maybe every second year you get something that's worth publishing, because the weather is changing all the time. And you know, if I was the one who was chosen to go down there and do the stuff that the Jeran and Grifsit did, it was like I would had made sure that everyone would know that I actually was there and prove it. You know, that would be the most important thing. Like they had a drone with them. Why don't they fly up the drone and, you know, do a around so everyone could see all directions? And why didn't they just go and look at the ice wall while they were there? Isn't that more interesting than staying inside up on the mountain? And the midnight sun, you know, at midnight it's very low. It's barely over the horizon. You can see it. So it should be the same in south if it was a ball. So it's completely different in south also. So, but as I said, I don't even think they were there. So I don't know where.
Oh yeah, they could have been in Norway already during the summer, right? Playing there in the snow. It's very easy, guys. It doesn't need lots. You go there, you on some place that it's have a little bit of snow. Take some B-roll footages. You're doing all that clownery there, and then paste their Mount Ross in the background. It's not difficult, also, right?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of both footage from a real place in the north and the CGI in the studio rest. It's a good combination.
Yeah, there's pictures of where they're from, where the cameras were set up when they're looking back towards Union Glacier, which is quite ironic that Witsit seemed to have lost track of the very mountain that they had to move back from, so the sun didn't get behind it. But yet he claimed on Kingdom of Context that it was well, even he argued with Dustin Nemos about it was objectively not the same mountain, and they had to go through some mountains, but there's clearly nothing in between them and Union Glacier Mountain. And the whole purpose is to get far enough away from it so the sun didn't go behind it. Yet the camp didn't exist anymore from that vantage point, so they're claiming that it was below whatever, but you can still see if you take a piece of paper across the screen or a level, and you can see where the background meets the ground. It's just perfectly level, no deviation whatsoever, and the camp's missing. So are you saying the camp is over the curve? Is it refraction that's putting Union Glacier Mountain back on top of the ball, or what? You know, you got some serious problems. It's a studio.
Actually, I didn't see it.
Good point.
I didn't see it, Justin,
It's a
brother.
good point. You
Quick
know, and
shout out, brother.
where you
Aji, 1 second. Aji, 1 second. Before we continue, I didn't see that Justin Johnson. He just put a super chat, $20, saying thanks for all you do. It doesn't get unnoticed. Thank you, brother. Really, really appreciate it, brother.
You bet.
Yeah. Aji, what were you saying? Welcome. How you doing, brother? Hope you're doing good. You've not been seen for the last 2 weeks. What's up? Aji, are you muted, RG? Alrighty.
He's been working on his own stuff.
Yep.
He just started streaming yesterday, I believe.
Oh yeah, did he start his own podcast?
Yeah, he did a stream yesterday, I think it was. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so he's having a power issue. That's why he cannot hear us. Alrighty. So yeah, Ira, your link's also there in the messenger if you want to join in. Tron was here, right? Tron is still here. Alrighty. So yeah, it needs a lot of at least playing with and knowing these gadgets, right? To make these kind of observations like really professionally, right? These people just thought, yeah, you're just gonna go there with a stand and a couple of cameras, and you're gonna bring the biggest proof of the globe, right? That's what didn't happen.
Yeah.
Because
and we all know that the sky doesn't prove the ground anyway, you know, so it's not even an experiment, it's an observation. It doesn't prove the ground either way. But there's just it's almost as bad as the moon landing with as many mistakes that were made. And we have eyes to see. We're wide awake before they even go. So to think that they can fool us was pretty ballsy, in my opinion. And they got caught, and
It was insulting, is what it was.
absolutely.
They
But it's a
insulted us.
last ditch effort. They have to do what they got to do, and it was all about division and debunking an AA map, and you get opposing sides from each person that went, to where we're supposed to think that's organic, and it's not obvious because they all didn't come back Globers or some nonsense. I think that they're the weasels, and they'll do anything to deceive you.
Oh yeah, because they are in reality deceiving even the Globers, right? The Globers part, who are playing the Globe part, are also on the script, right? So everyone is just doing that in a way, right? And to continue the movie, to continue the script, right? The people flipping, right? The documentary coming, right? And now this whole setup of this debate, right?
Yeah.
As I said, it's a clown show.
How did they even get permission to go there in the first place? You know what happened to my countryman Jarle Andhøy when he went there? He was torpedoed the boat, and his crew was lost. So how did they just get permission to land a plane there and walk around?
Yeah, that shows us that paperwork is only for people like us, though.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the only paperwork you need might be some tickets to some place that is ice. This is the permit
Yeah.
they need, because if it was real Antarctica, as we saw, there are so many different forms, and especially from the people from US needs to be notified with filling in different forms, right?
Where were the
At least 3
penguins?
months, prior to the visit, even if it's a touristic visit. Imagine, guys. Okay, before we continue, let's say hello to another panelist we have. His first time here, Blacklight. I met him first time I saw him was on Dip's live, and that's how we came to know. And then also on Vlad's live. So, and I think it's a flat earther, new flat earther. So, how are you doing, Blacklight? Welcome to the panel.
I'm doing okay, Vikka. I appreciate you for having me, but I just realized I'm connected to my shitty internet. I might have to drop down and reconnect and join back again to make sure that the communication is clear.
Alrighty, bro. Whenever you want.
That's
However,
cool.
we're here.
All right,
It
I'm
sure
gonna
sounds
drop
good
down,
right
bro.
now.
Justin, trust it's
But
good right now,
yeah,
but when we
gotcha.
try to talk to each other, we're gonna be running over each other trying to figure out
I feel you,
who's
brother.
supposed to go next. So I'm gonna just drop down and connect to the good internet. I'll be right back.
Cool.
Yeah, the fact that we even comply with the Globers is preposterous. We should have never went in a million years. And I truly believe that Antarctica is off limits. They can pretend. And first of all, they're not the source to listen to anymore. There's a thing called credibility, and they no longer have it. So we need to stop complying and just listening to these they're agents is what they are. And
Yep,
you're not gonna go independently explore there. And if you go take some trip, it's gonna be scripted. And if you're gonna be compromising, you got to remember who you're dealing with. It's not a game to these people. They can't afford for this. This is their last ditch effort to stop our movement. So, and make a bunch of money off of it, make us look dumb. Like I said, it's multifaceted.
Oh yeah. Many things fit in there too. With could be the theme of resources, and I know everybody doesn't believe in extra land, right? But could be one of the reason for more resources around there, right? So they don't want that these people or anybody wants to go and explore. That is the reason they might just do this, to help to do this to Mr. Will Duffy, so that the people just forget about it, right? Go keep fighting if it's globe or if it's flat. Go and keep fighting and don't go and explore there. This is what I think is one of the main reason could be that they don't want they did this whole shit. Apart from, as you guys are saying, that yeah, flat Earth is doing damage to them and to the controllers. People are waking up in millions, right? For for sellouts flip back doesn't mean the community is wrong, right? It just shows how much effort is being put in for this community to not progress, right? That's why I'm saying when you have control of position inside the community, it's not gonna do nothing tangible. There is nothing tangible happening here in these 10 years. The reason I made my channel in 2016, same like Tom that was there before me, right? Is the reason was because it was always about the people. It was never was about the science, the truth. Because if it was like that, this community would have been in another place, right? From behind the curve to everything that been happening this 10 years, we could have been on a different track, right? For sure, the technology has helped us in these 10 years that we can do things what only a big production house could do, right? That's why these people who are supposed to be the representative and get us something more tangible, because whatever was coming, it was always about the people. It was never about the truth. There are many people in this community from every corner of this plane doing real science, real observations. No, it's not about that. Unless you're not in the club, your shit is not going to be shown, right? Tom knows
Exactly.
even before my two documentary became where the people start knowing me, I was doing amazing stuff, right? Gene will tell also. I have a long distance photography stuff too. And there are many people like this who are there, right? Real science is not taken into consideration, right? Acting as a protagonist to be in somewhere and like, it's all about that. It's become a freaking business, right? It was all about not getting the truth out, right? Always making in the media, no, the bad publicity is also good publicity. For how long it's going to continue like that, right? The bad publicity is good. How long?
As long as we allow it,
Go
right?
ahead, go ahead. And yeah, go ahead, Blacklight, bro.
Hey, Justin Johnson, you my dog. See, that's why you just said this. I was right on it. Hey, I'm glad I could be on the first stream with you. I agree with what Justin Johnson said. That's why I jumped on camera. As long as we allow it, it's. I think it's up to us to work. We gotta. I think this is my opinion. I don't want to ruffle no feathers, but I'm gonna just say how I feel. I think we don't work together enough as a flat Earth community. And it's just like how there might be Christians or Catholics with different sects. I think it's the same with thing with flat earth. There's people with the rising vector and there's different aspects of it. But if we're
That's
not
not flat
moving
Earth, bro.
together, hey, look, that's your opinion. People who there's certain people who believe in that who will tell you that's flat earth. So I'm not gonna argue with that. I'm just saying that just like you just now, I feel like you just now tried to create division because there's certain flat earthers that feel like that is flat earth. I'm trying to figure out how we can work together. Tron, are you a pilot? Am I not
No,
mistaken?
no.
You're not? Okay, all right.
I
Well,
know a lot about aviation.
Nah, man, I'm calling the flat Earth what it is, bro. The Earth is not moving, so anybody saying different is not a real flat Earther, bro.
Right.
okay. Okay, I get you on that, Gene, but how are we gonna move together? How can yourself, me, Vika, Justin, Tron, Tom, people who are in the chats, how can we get this message out to the masses? You know, that we all, I'm sure we all got family members who might not want to listen to us. How do we outnumber the people that don't want to listen to? How do we move together as a unit to get this message out there?
And
I
that's
think
what we're
it's a
trying to
slow
do. We do
process.
need numbers, and we can't convince anybody of anything. Nobody convinced me of anything. You got to convince yourself.
Here,
You have
I want to say something if I could. Here's the thing. It is happening. It is already happening. The movement is
Yes, sir.
growing. The psyop and the liars want to tell the masses that we are nothing but a fringe group of weirdos. That is not so. We are
Sean, can I
growing
interrupt
bigger
you?
than ever. Hold on. We're growing bigger than ever. And precisely why I chose to show myself and to start getting on different platforms, because I've been flat earth for a very, very long time. Geocentric, 18 years. There is so much garbage and crap that is infiltrated that we have to have people that know a little bit more about it. No disrespect to anybody out here, that know a little bit more about what's going on, who the players were, who the Flat Earth Society used to be, who they are now, who they're run. I know all this.
Sean,
I
can
know
I
what
please
is happening.
interject?
And we have to
Let
stand
him
up.
finish.
We have to stand up to
I don't
new
want to
people.
cut his wisdom. I want to help him build.
It's
Let him
working.
finish.
It's growing, dude. We're growing bigger than ever, and that's
But I
why
want to.
there's the infiltration that's coming in. That's why it matter. But that what it's going to do is side and to let to bring them back in. To let's look at what are we actually talking about here? The shape of the Earth. What is it really, and what is it not? What is a flat Earth? What is the geocentric, flat, non-moving Earth with a firmament, etc.? What is it, and what is it not? There's a lot of psyop garbage that has come in, and you have to really know what. Stand firm to combat that garbage, because that's part of it. That's part of the deception, is bringing junk in that never was a part of this ever. Even if you go all the way back to Samuel Robotham, there were top TikTok people. They were supposed to be with thousands of followers that they were supposed to be all a flat Earth, know everything about flat Earth. They never heard of Samuel Robotham. Can you believe that? How could you never have heard of this? Because they're a little bit phony. They're phony. And what's happening is the real people that have been around for a while, we need to kind of rise up a little bit and kind of move in and say, hey, wait, all right, calm down. Let's take another look. Let's go back. Let's define what in the world is a geocentric Earth. Take it from there.
Hey, Tron, I think you're lagging, bro. You got froze.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe you wanna off your cam, and maybe like that your signal is better.
I'll drop down.
No, you're just lagging.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Is
if
it
you off
better
your
now?
cam,
Is it better?
yeah.
Back
Yep.
up? You want me to drop down and come back up?
No, it's all right. It's all right. You just off your cam, and it's all right. Like this, your coverage is maybe better. So Blacklight, what you wanted to add to that?
I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna drop and come back up if my signal's bad.
Okay.
Because you guys are lagging too. I'm sorry. I'll just
Oh yeah, Big Brother playing tricks, right? Alrighty, Blacklight, are you there, brother? What you wanted to add to that before Tron? Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Hear you, Vikka.
You guys hear me?
I
Or
think
you
you
guys
lost
don't
him.
hear?
I
I
hear
hear
you.
you, bro.
So whom do we lose? Because I just
Maybe.
hear so much of
Black
silence.
Wanted to say
still
something.
here.
I could add something to that.
Go ahead.
You know, it's not that we have not tried to get it out and cooperated, but you have to remember there's been a small group of con artists who have done everything they can to work against the movement, you know, have cooped it. So it's not that, and also it's nothing good to just preach out and stand like a speaker and yell to people about the truth. You should instead plant small seeds around, like because that's working actually. As late as yesterday, I convinced a friend that has been pretty skeptic for many years. So, but you know, just plant the seed and they will start to think about it, and they don't have to be persuaded. They don't have to. Nobody likes Jehovah's Witness come and preach to you on the door, you know. So you cannot. And also, it's just very easy to just say you're a flat earther and you don't know anything. Like he says that you don't know who Robotham is, then you know, then you have done no research. So they just say they are flat earthers while they're in there for some other reason. They are. I hate to
I
use the
hear it.
word
I
conspiracy theories.
I expose it every other day. I don't. The only way I can put it is they're fake flat Earth. They're fake flat earthers, which I'm astonished. Why would you want to fake it? Someone like me, I'll know within like 2 minutes if you're full of it or not. And I don't care if they believe in a globe or flat, but I mean, if you're going to talk, act like you know something, you better know it and not be faking it, because I'll figure it out in about 2 minutes. And then I'm going to start exposing you, because why would you want to lie about something like that? Why? What is the goal here? You know, I think that they want to come in and trick people and lead them down some weird road.
Yeah, they're trying
Oh
to
yeah,
stall
Sean.
everything.
Exactly. But this is the thing. Also, what Tom is saying, right? The inside
I
people
know
does
everything.
more damage. The inside people does more damage. The fake flat earthers do more damage than the globers, because the globers, we know what they are parroting and till where they are capable of with their proofs, right? But being, on TikTok, how many people are faking to be a flat earther, right, Tron? So
A
the
lot.
same thing.
I
Yeah, but the
expose
problem
them all
here
the time.
is from many years that the people are faking, because this is the thing. Yeah, blacklight. We got blacklight back. Yeah, what you wanted to add blacklight before? Go ahead.
Just one thing I wanted to throw out there. I really like Justin Johnson's perspective on a lot of shit. And I haven't seen Justin Johnson on TikTok. I feel like Justin Johnson, your perspective would be appreciated on there. I think just as fast as you got on YouTube and started making videos, I think you should get on TikTok as well. I think you got good discernment and you should get on there and jump in those lives, because Vika, this is my opinion. Vika, talk to me. Vika, in my opinion, this is what I think. Vika, just me and you. All right, anybody else can jump in on this. When I'm new to TikTok, I just now I'm discovering, like, I'm just now getting on TikTok this year. I didn't know they was having whole flat earth conversations and lives on there. So I was pretty excited once I found out that the word was being spread on there. But once I got into a lot of those TikTok lives, I saw that it's a lot of people that just like to argue. In my opinion, there's not a lot of getting your point across on those TikTok lives. There's a lot of arguing and just yelling. That's just my opinion. Vika, how do you feel? Am I off on that, or?
So yeah, it's a freaking drug, dude. It's like freaking getting up at a plaza with your people around, and just argue about things. It's a hook. It's a kind of a drug. So the people have created that into that platform when it started with this debate thing. And if you really control it and host it in a good way, it's possible to take out something positive. But as you say, the people just get too emotional, and there are some people who are hooked up, like even globers and flat earthers, who are really hooked up to this. It's like you have to be there. It's like getting together with friends and calling other gangs, and same shit is turned into, right?
Yeah, I feel like and I heard and I respect to him, Angels of Light. He had a live where he just mentioned something about wanting other globe trolls to come into the live, and it just seems like that's the way people like to try to convert people, wake people up. Like, if you a globe troll, come into the live and we will convert you. And it's just like, I mean, and respectfully, I talked to a guy, Vika. I don't know if you've seen him on TikTok. His name is Rob Carter. He is a flat earther, and he told me his flat earth story. He actually was converted. He came into the TikTok lives. He was a globe earther. He heard the conversations, and he was converted by trying to debunk flat earthers. But that's one story of many. I don't feel like that's a lot of people who are like, oh yeah, I was trying to argue with these guys and they proved me to be wrong. Like, most people don't put their ego to the side to say, yeah, these people prove me to be wrong. So I just don't see that as an effective strategy. I just feel like trying to find people who are genuinely honest, just people who have a curiosity. I feel like those are the people we should be trying to reach, as opposed to people who want to argue with us and prove us wrong. But I'll just land my plane there.
Yeah. The people who want to prove us wrong are a waste of time. And the people who really want to learn, so this is the thing, the difference is in this 10 years, as I was mentioning, the technology have changed. Before we only had Facebook with images and text and write comments, right? So the technology evolved to TikTok, where you can literally, because then we had YouTube, very controlled, right? Only few know and few channels you knew, and people, the different way of connecting and sharing information. So the TikTok age is totally different. I think that is the reason the attack is on flat earth, is the reason, because TikTok was blowing up with flat earth. And not only with flat earth, that technology was opening doors for many conspiracy and many things for the people to literally jump on anytime. You can just literally were maybe woke up and just taking a coffee on a panel and discussing with people, right? So the things have changed. The tides
Hey
have
Vika, can I
changed
ask you
in
this?
technological wise. Yep, go
Hey
ahead.
Vika. So in some of those TikTok lives, I honestly feel like some of the people that host those lives, this is my opinion. You correct me if I'm wrong, because you probably been in it longer than me. I feel like some of the people that host those lives may be controlled opposition or people that's just doing it for views because I don't know if you're familiar. There's a woman on TikTok named Katie Did or Katie Didn't. She hosts Flat Earth Lives, and I was in one of her lives recently where people were calling her out for having globe people as moderators and they were kicking Flat Earth people out. So just on there, just like I say, certain people, I feel like maybe their agenda is just to have people debating, just to gain views. I don't know if I'm wrong on that or not, Vika. I want to know your
Oh
opinion.
yeah, brother. I know that. I know that, and there could be various people like pretending to be globers and flat earthers, and like that narrative to go on. And yeah, it's very difficult. Tron will also agree. It's very difficult to know who is a real flat earther and a globe earther on TikTok, right? Because here, at least on YouTube, on
You you
Facebook,
mean
in these 10 years, we know more or less, which are
I
the
can
people.
I can fish him out. I know. I can tell within about 2 minutes.
I'm
So
sorry,
what do you
Tron,
think
you
about
can't.
Katie then? Curious.
All due respect, I've done it many times. Now there, and I've even known there. I suspect people right now that
Tron,
might be agents, but the time isn't right.
Tron,
You know, right now that are probably agents as well. I'm well aware. I'm well aware of this.
Tron. I don't want to cut
I,
you off.
I wait. What are you talking about, bro? You don't agree with me? I'm agreeing with you.
I
I'm
was
agreeing
in
with you.
I was in a TikTok live with you and you were entertaining a troll. I was in the comments saying this guy's a troll. Don't waste your
Yes,
time with him. And he pulled his penis
bro.
out. Somebody put him on the big screen. He pulled his penis out.
That
You
wasn't
were talking to
that
this
wasn't
guy, and I could
live,
tell within seconds he was a troll, but you were
right?
trying
But that wasn't
to.
my Black Light. That wasn't my live. I wasn't in control of that live.
My
He,
point is, you don't reward children for bad behavior. If
he was
somebody's a
banned.
troll, in my
He was
opinion,
reported, but he was reported and he was out, man. I know the very person you're talking about. Yes, I
but
know who you're
just
talking.
what I'm saying is, you said you can spot those people out. I
Darren.
I
saw
knew
that
he
that
was a troll. Of course, I
I
was a
said
troll.
in the chat he wasn't worth talking to, but I noticed respectful to you, Tron. I just saw that you went back and forth with him when I was already saying drop him. He's a waste of time. He's not
Well, Black
genuine.
Light, I appreciate it that you saw that, but how long have you been on TikTok?
Just only since maybe
And how long
March,
have you been
maybe
in the flat Earth movement?
since 2016.
All right, okay. How did you become a flat earther anyway, if you mind me asking? What brought you in?
You familiar with the rapper B.O.B.?
No, I'm not.
In January 2016, the rapper B.O.B. posted a picture on Instagram on top of a mountain. He asked, "Where's the curve in the background?" Because there were two cities in the background that was approximately 16 miles apart. He asked, "Where's the curve?" That was my introduction to it.
Mm-hmm. So what brought you over, man?
I mean,
What?
my whole story. I got it on my channel. It's a whole story. I don't know if you. I don't want to take up Vika's channel telling my whole awakening
I'm
story.
no, I'm just asking, man. I was just curious to know.
I mean, I'm sure you're curious, but I just don't want to take a Vika stream with my story.
Oh, okay. Well, I just
I mean, he asked like, what was the proof which really convinced you? Like, yeah, man, this is flat.
All right, Vika, if you cool with
That
me,
shit is
I'll
flat.
just if you cool with me telling it.
Yeah, a
So
quick one. Yeah,
I'm just gonna be
a quick one. Yeah.
honest.
Yeah,
With
edit.
me being a black person, I naturally don't trust the government. So when Bob put that picture out there, I'm just naturally kind of a weird person. I'm pretty good with numbers. I like to think I'm good with discernment. So when Bob put that picture out there, I kind of was convinced. Like, I never saw a curve with my own eyes anyway. But I spent that whole year, 2016, doing my own research on Wikipedia, looking at this is the information they put to us, and I can see what maybe they hid from us. Just using my own discernment, I spent the whole year of 2016 just looking up stuff to figure out for myself.
So what
But
brought you over?
I just use
Was
my
there one deciding factor? Was
I,
there
ju- I
one thing that said, "All right, that's it. I've had enough"?
the deciding thing for me is just my logic. Like, I don't like to get into
No, I
light
mean,
refraction, thermodynamics, or none of that science stuff. I've never seen a curve with my own eyes. I don't feel myself spinning.
So you've been in it since
To me,
2016, right? You said you come in 2016.
yeah, that's when it started for me.
Oh, are you breaking up, man? You all right? Can you hear? Can you hear now?
Yeah, 2016 is when it started for me.
Okay, we're
What
gonna
was the name of the song to B.O.B.?
It wasn't a song, it was an Instagram post. He was on top of a mountain, and there were two cities in the background that were 16 miles apart. And he asked, "Where is the curve?" That's the first thing that woke me up. And I spent the whole year of 2016 just looking for information.
Well, what brought you over? What were some of the key points so you can help the chat out and everything that brought you over? It's good to
Uh,
hear the testimonies of people.
I think I just said it, but again, for me, like I said, it's just logic. When I don't, for me, yeah, I don't need to be convinced with all of this rocket science, or light refraction, and
Do you
advanced
know?
metaphysics. For
Do you
me,
know
hold on,
how?
hold on. You asked me a question. I just want to answer
Oh, I'm
real quick.
sorry,
For
bro.
me,
My bad. You got. You're lagging, so I'm sorry. My mistake, dude.
my bad. Internet,
Sorry,
they
man.
probably fucking with the flat Earth
I
connection.
think they are.
But for me, it's just logic. I don't see a curve. And whenever I've been to the beach, and whenever I've been up higher than regular, elevation, I never seen a curve. To me, I don't feel myself spinning. When I look up in the sky, it looks like the sun is moving. I don't feel like we're spinning and revolving around the sun. I just use my own logic. I don't, 8 inches per mile squared, the math, it works out to me, but I was convinced before I learned those equations.
Nice.
How does it
Nice.
work?
Yeah.
Do you know how 8 inches per mile squared works? Do you
Yeah,
understand the 8 inches per mile squared? Could you explain it? That's a good
yeah.
one to use when explaining to people that are interested in the drop or dip rate of the Earth.
People don't understand.
Well, hold on. Tron, I think that's an opinion because not that many people are good at geometry. So it
Exactly.
works for people who are good at geometry and math. If somebody's not good at geometry and math, you're going to go over their heads.
I do it every day.
People believe their own eyes.
I think he's saying it's just good to know the equation. It took me a while to understand the equation, and
I understand it too, but I'm not going to teach that to my nephews who don't understand it. I'm going to say, look, if that go over your head, look, do that look like it's curved to you? I'm going to go at your level of understanding. If you understand math, then I can go with 8 inches per mile squared. If you're a math and geometry type of person, if you're not that kind of person, why would I waste my time talking to you about that?
Yeah, there are different. Yeah, exactly. Some people
Could you explain it to
understand
somebody though
visually,
if they wanted
right?
to know how 8 inches per mile squared works?
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think Tron, I don't think he needs to, because if it's not his thing of this mathematical formula shit, right? Maybe it's not his thing. Not everybody would like to prove in
No,
different way, right? Of
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Well, first of all, nobody here uses inches, so they don't understand what we're talking about.
that's a good point, Tom. And over there in UK, they don't use inches; they use a
No, we
metric
don't use
system.
it. So
Good
that's
point.
not a good way to approach someone with. But
Thank
it's
you, Tom.
better to use common sense. I can see the sun is circling over me with my own eyes, so why shouldn't it do that?
Thank you.
That's much better. You have to make them think logically, and you can ask,
Thank you.
why are they faking the globe? it's obvious to most people
Well,
that naphtha is faking.
I've been doing
Tom,
this for years. I find the best way to go is with the simple science, which is water. Water at rest always goes
Yeah,
level.
water
Absolutely.
always finds
You
its
can go look
level.
at
that's
it
another
yourself.
good one.
That's probably the best one to start with.
That's what
Water
got
at
me.
rest goes level. It's been proven scientifically. And flight mechanics is another good one. People should study that and know it. People should know the circumference of the Earth, at least what we were told the circumference of the Earth is and what the radius is. At least as flat earthers, we should at least know enough
Yes,
about that
we
to
should.
study. Yeah, we should.
I
I'm not
don't think
talking
that I
about
don't
us.
think we should expect the average person to know all of this stuff.
No, I'm talking about those of us that are flat earthers.
All
We
right,
should have the strong foundation in that stuff so that we can know what we're talking about.
I just want to make sure the average person is listening. They don't get the wrong,
No, I
belief
agree,
and
but I
think
deal
that
with it
they
every
should
day.
know
I
all of
host
this.
lives and I do all this stuff, and this stuff does come up, and there are and it's good that flat earthers have a solid foundation in the basics of what we're talking about, so that we can come across like we know what we're talking about. Is all I'm saying. And I encourage everybody. I'm sure everybody knows it, but I encourage people all the time when I'm on TikTok. I talk to so many people that are young flat earthers. They don't know anything. I encourage them to get the basics. Don't shortcut it. Learn stuff. Understand these things. Put a little work into it. Now I forget sometimes that I've put years into looking at this, and it comes natural to me because I've spent a long time looking at it. But I encourage everybody to know the basics. Just know
But
the basics.
Tron, respectfully, you are not an entry level person. When people are coming into the flat earth, I think they need somebody like me who can relate some like I know most people are on a basic level. Like most people are thinking about what's in the news, current events. They need somebody like me who could take somebody what's related in current events and bring you into a deeper level of thinking. Then once you get to the math and the deeper level of shit, then that's when you go to Tron, somebody who's breaking down the math. I think there's levels to this. I think that's why I think we need to work together on it. There's different people we need to reach, and there's different levels of understanding with this.
Yeah, I know that's what I was trying to say is we need it. So I encourage new flat earthers to learn the basics and learn the stuff and know what they're talking about, so that when they do talk to people, they won't get pushed against the wall, and they'll know what they're talking about. I don't expect people to know everything that I know in 1 month or a year or something like that, but to learn the basics, because so many people that I run into don't know the basics. They don't know anything, and they end up sounding ridiculous when they're trying to explain it. You know what I'm saying? And then,
Hey, Tron, let me run this by you because I know you got some wisdom. I was told 3 ways you teach things to people is through repetition, symbols, and trauma. So think about when we're in schools, the way we learn the globe, Earth, and everything they want us to teach us is just about repetition. We got to repeat it. It has to be repeated. We have to have symbols there. Now, we don't want to traumatize people. That's the way the system does it. But in those 3 ways, that's the way I was told: repetition, symbols, and trauma. If we can repeat things and like have the symbols, the memes that are good at connecting with the youth and people, we always on social media. Like I just think it's like multiple ways. Again, just building off your point, like we need to repeat things as much as it may tire us, especially because I'm only in my 30s. I know you and Justin Johnson, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got more wisdom than me. I know y'all might get tired of repeating shit. I get tired of it. I'm only in my 30s. I get tired of telling people the same shit. Like, how do you not see the same information that's out there for all of us to see that I already saw? But I think it's just like I said, repetition. I think
well, I think we're
working
talking.
together.
I think we're talking the same language, and that's why I said the basics. We need to teach people to learn the basics. The basics is the low level one information. That's the best stuff. I always talk about the basics continuously. That's the best stuff. It's the hardest stuff for our detractors to
But
get around,
Tron,
talking
I
about the
think
basics.
I think we might have to talk about the basics more than you might want to. You deeper you got a little deeper education, but I think just as much as you might want to go deeper and explain everything, you are going to overpower people with the information that
No,
you have.
I said the basics. I'm talking about the basics.
I know, but I'm just saying. I think all of us, like when you're just talking to
Water, you
somebody,
know, water at
you
level.
you,
Water
you
when
will
it's
start,
at rest
but
goes
Tron,
level. That's about
you
as basic as you can get for
but you but you will start with that. But in the course of a conversation, you will go so deep that a person might feel like it's too much for me to look up.
Well, that's where you got to use a little discernment and consider your audience. I mean, I'm not going to lay level. I don't go heavy duty with people that are not comprehending. I always start with the basics, and depending on what their questions are, how deep do they want to go? If they don't ask certain questions, I don't never go there. I'll just stay with the basics. Water at rest always goes level. Is about as basic as you can get.
Tom, go ahead. I've been talking too much.
Yeah,
I want
let
to hear
me
from
say
Tom
something.
and Justin.
Guys, one moment. This is the thing, right? Apart from speaking on TikTok, people have been doing it in different ways, right? For example, Tom has been making video clips that are 3 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, but it's so much of information packed in there that you can learn a lot, right? I used to also make clips of 8 minutes, right?
Yeah, let me
And
say add to that.
Tom, you got a page?
I
Can
had
y'all put that link
guys,
in
guys,
the chat?
just 1 second. Tom is Rhetoric Truth Tube. Yeah, leave a comment, Tom, so that people can follow you. Yeah. So
Yeah,
even
sure.
my video was 8 minutes, but in that 8 minutes, you're going to learn so much
But
than being on a podcast of some of these so-called flat earthers,
I would just want to add
where
to
it's nothing
the
but just
conversation they have.
entertainment and time pass.
So let me say one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Everyone does what they are good at. How you communicate out the message is your style.
Yep.
Not everyone do it the same way. And when it comes to the average man, they don't know this stuff. They don't know the data. Like they don't know the circumference of the Earth. They don't know these formulas. And every time I try to explain that this island outside here should be 120 meters below the surface of the water, according to this formula, they can't know that. That doesn't convince them. You have to find the things that they care for and come with an example that they actually can understand. And I'm not so good at talking in English, but I don't really think a debate has solved anything. When did a debate make a solution? And it's not the average man who comes to these debates. It's the globetrotters and the attention seekers and ones who want views. There's nothing good in those debates on TikTok.
It's
You know,
really it gets too rough out there. Your English is awesome, Tom.
I think Tron got the power to change it though. Tron is in those rooms a lot, and Tron
Well,
has the wisdom. I think Tron, you can change those rooms. I'm in
what
those
I
rooms a
do
lot.
is what I find myself doing is educating people, because the bottom line is people need to be educated, not flat earthers, but everybody needs to be educated on certain things, and we can't just. I mean, that's why I spend a lot of time educating people. They don't know how big the globe is. They don't know. They just know they were shown a picture as a child, and that's all they know. So I find myself educating people, and if they're, first of all, they got to be open to talking. If they're open, talk to them, and I educate them because they don't know. And then when we educate, where they're at, they might know stuff, they might not know stuff, and the whole thing is just education. I know
RG,
that
mute up
nobody's
while
ever going.
Tron talking.
I'm sorry.
I was saying, RG, mute up while Tron talking.
Who was talking? Anyway,
Again, before guys, one moment before we continue. One moment.
Trolls. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, one moment, guys. So yeah, we have more people on the panel here in the on the backstage. So I'll be keep rotating it. But let's say first, before hello to RG, we have a couple of more people also in the panel. So all can be here. We will keep rotating because we want everybody's opinion here and inputs of everybody here. So even if you guys are in the backstage, if I rotate you guys on the backstage, please be here. We want everybody's addition. So yeah,
Hey,
let's say hello
Vikka,
to RG.
Vika, I'll
Yeah.
drop down, but I want to hear Justin Johnson. I'll drop down.
Yep. I'll keep it quick
What
because
you
I
want
know
to
there's
hear
a
from
lot of people.
Justin?
Yep. Are
All
you all
right.
right, Vika? Do you have a delay?
Yeah, go ahead, RG. It's your turn. And
Okay.
then we have
I just
Ira
want no.
also in the backstage, and Iron and everyone. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So everybody here knows we all know well about energy and how energy lingers. Dad, hold on 1 second, okay? Please just give me a second. Okay. So I'm sorry, guys. Energy lingers. Nobody wants to be educated, and respectfully, Tron, I don't mean this towards you. I mean, we were all deceived through the education system. When we get on these social media platforms, right, and we want to give people the right information, the right direction, the right links to follow, and let them do their own research. Well, I always say do your own research. It's cool foundationally to help these people that have been misguided to relearn. That's the hardest part, and JJ knows this just as well as I do. It's hard to educate anybody. You have to really want this and want to relearn and want to follow these links. So when your energy is like toward people, like in these chat rooms that you're trying to educate, and 10 people talking at once, and you or not you personally, but I hear a lot of people just dogging each other out like, man, you don't know anything. You must be an idiot if you don't know the radius of the earth. And it's like, this is so simple. But my point in saying this all is that when the energy's high and people are being talked over and they don't really get it, like especially the more advanced stuff, they'll lose hope and lose interest quick. I just wanted to say that, and I'll drop back, and maybe we can build on some of this stuff together through the talk. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, so I don't think that everybody can be a robot polisher when it comes to being a teacher, and everybody has their own pace. You can't tell somebody sometimes, you have to be shown. The important thing is to, for the most part, keep it simple. It depends on who you're dealing with, because some people are engaged more than others. But you're not going to learn better than if you just give them the seed and they spend the time to look at it themselves, because you have nobody barking in your ear, nobody trying to force information. It's just you mano a mano with a certain episode or whatever, and that's where you're going to learn the best. They got visuals, they got sound, and they don't have distractions of other people. So realistically, it's just important I think we're all doing a great job, and discernment is key with how much information, and the longer you do it, the more you're going to realize what that level of criteria is going to be with certain people. But yeah, when you go into TikTok and it's just a yelling match, and it's fun, and some people get bored and they enjoy it, but that's not the best process. But hey, as long as we're out spreading the word, that's really what's important. And you can't tell people. Sometimes they have to be shown. So that's why we always tell them to do their own due diligence and don't trust me. And just they're going to pick up that seed that you dropped, and that's where they're going to really be most impactful, in my opinion.
I agree with
Glad
that.
in the house.
I agree
Hey
with
y'all,
that,
what's
bro.
happening?
I
All
agree
we
with
could
that.
do
No,
is
go
just
ahead, go
drop
ahead.
seeds for people, guys. We're not going to convince them of anything. They got to convince themselves. So no matter
Just
how
drop those
hard you
seeds,
try, you got to kind of meet them where they are. That's why I like to learn all different aspects. And it's, we can talk to anybody about the condition of the world we're living in and lead it into the flat earth. There's a lot of things that you can strike up a conversation with somebody and bring them into the flat earth too, though. You don't have to start out with it. There's a
Right. When
lot of
people are
issues.
new, flat Earth is almost a graduation. You really need to start with geocentrism or something, or moon landings. You just
Sure.
really have to use discernment on who you're talking to. That's why when you get into big groups, it becomes a chatterfuck, and there's a lot of poisoning of wells and a lot of muddy in the waters, and people don't leave with the right intent that was intended.
No, bro, there's 100 things we could start with: the education system, the food.
It all ties together.
We could go on and on about that list of how to get your foot through the door with people.
Yeah. Yeah, you get to know the
You know,
enemy because they're all connected.
Right.
yeah,
They really
and
are. As far apart as they are connected. And we're the guys that can make those connections happen.
We plant those
Yeah.
seeds. Go ahead, Vlad.
Absolutely.
Hey, family,
guys.
what's good, y'all? I appreciate y'all for having me on. Vika, thanks. Panel, thank you.
Vlad.
JJ, what's happening? Gene, what's good with you, brother? Tron in the
How you doing,
house.
bro?
RG and Tom. How you doing, Tom? I never met you before, but you look quite comfortable there. So nice to meet you.
Same. Thank you. I've seen a couple of your videos. Most recent one was your talk with David Weiss. I watched just out of curiosity. So yeah, I know who you are.
I
But
appreciate it, man.
nice to meet you.
Yeah, not a problem. And I wanted to say, hey, I think you're Swedish, yes?
Norwegian.
You're Norwegian. I apologize, but your Norway is better than your English is better than my Norwegian. So don't be discouraged with your English, okay?
Yeah,
but what
I guess.
one of the points I wanted to bring up is I think everybody's right. I totally agree. But I'd say one of the easiest ways to reach somebody is when they're at it's as if, because everybody has basically followed almost the same footprint. Like all of us could agree that 9/11 was an inside job. We were there first. Before that, we probably before that we probably agree that the moon landing was a hoax. Before that, a whole bunch of other things, the Bilderbergs, right? And
That was
so
this weekend, by the way, bro.
What's the Bilderbergs?
It's ending right now.
Oh wow! See,
Yep.
So I mean, one of the things that are consistent with flat earthers is that we were somewhere before coming to the flat Earth, and I think one of the most striking features is that we were just disgusted with the corruption, with the amount of lies, and what we found consistent with all of this was that they lie, like they lie about everything. So then once somebody comes to you, right, and they say, hey, by the way, do you know that the earth is flat? You're like, hell no. But then you sit back and you're like, how am I sure? They lied about everything else. Who am I to say that they didn't lie about this too? So in order for us to not necessarily accept it, but for us to give it some type of opportunity for it to develop so we could further look into it, we were at a place to where we were, at least I know I was at a place to where I was just disgusted with what I was seeing around me. All I could think was, this place is just full of liars. It's unreal how deep these lies go, until I finally got to see for myself how deep they actually go with the flat earth. And so if people are comfortable, if they're like, oh yeah, the moon landing, it was a thing. 9/11, yeah, it was a bunch of terrorists that struck the buildings. You know what I'm saying? The cocoa that we got a couple of years back, yeah, that's good. That's kosher. If they're still there, you've got a lot of work on your hands. Like you have to, you know what I'm saying? We have to like work. And it's like, if you just drop flat earth on their lap and they believe those other things, it's never going to work.
Nah, you're that's gonna make the flat earth look bad. If you can't crack that door open, you just kick that door down, it's not gonna work, bro.
Exactly. At least those other things have given flat earth context prior to us going into the flat earth. Like we knew, we were so familiar with those other things, lies. Flat earth was like, it was within the realm of possibility to where we understand it as a reality now.
Definitely. Yeah, that's what I meant. Where there's 100 different ways to pry that door open a little bit. The endless everything, man. Everything is a lie. Everything, capital letters 3 times over. Everything is a lie. So there's plenty of room to move around and feel people out. It's great. A lot of fun, because people they're tired, man. They're tired. They're broke. They're overworked. They're confused, and they are tired.
Yes.
So
Indeed.
It's a great spot for us to be in. You know, we could be like, oh, hey, check this out.
Totally.
I've been listening the whole time, everybody, but I want to add to what's being said here. Good to see everybody, and
Ira, what's
by the way,
happening, bro?
me and Tom here were playing chess last night. He's a great player, and good to see Justin. I don't think you and I have met. Pleasure to see you here, and Vlad, good to see you. Tron, what's up, dude?
Likewise.
And of course,
Ira, how you
Gene,
doing?
my man. Yeah, great to see you, man. I was gonna say, I was taught a long time ago how to do like fine dining as a chef, and I want to add to what Blacklight, who was here earlier, he was on it's so synchronistic how small this world is, but I just clicked out and finished it. Eric Dubay posted an interview with him.
Same here.
Yeah, and like as soon as they ended, I come and join Vikka's thing, and then there he is again. He just knew where to find us. I don't know, but it was that interview. Everybody who's listening, like, go listen to the new Eric Dubay interview with our recent guest Blacklight, who was in here. It's hilarious. Those guys, the way they riff together is just so sharp, you know. And I wanted to say, like, many years ago, I learned to, you know, I've learned all sorts of things, all types of art. And what I learned most was from this chef back in my hometown in Raleigh. His name was John Boda. He taught me how to be efficient. Don't just cut like one carrot and then go to the celery. Cut like all the carrots that you're going to do to feed like 1,000 people, and then cut all the celery, right? And so that brings into the more mystical forms of storytelling, which is where Tom here has his videos and such. These videos are more than just like, okay, here's a bunch of information and debates and clips of whatever exposing whoever's goofy whatever. It's actually like we're actually bending things through aesthetics, because through aesthetics we can actually allow people to decide for themselves what they are seeing for themselves. We're taking and transmuting all the disastrous art. And I do the same on my Substack page, which is right here, or right here on my little plate that I flare for videos, I guess. There's my business card. It's like a little plate, whatever. But like the thing is like also like consider that guys like me and Tom made like massive shapes, and we like, it's not easy editing the style we do. It is not. Like the style we do is like intense. Like my film, which is like a, you know, if you haven't seen it, Vanishing Point, I spent more than 2 years like cutting and drawing in my notebook and just kind of beating myself up and making one shape perfect. I know Tom does the same thing, but he's done it to a point where it's like you've got close to like 100 really well presented, like you can like, you know, have fun with these, right? But these presentations, and all I got to point out about them is like, yeah, we can debate on TikTok. I know all the talking points, and I've read a lot of the books too, but it's also a thing, like, keep it in your pocket, that like leave people with resources. Like if you guys, anybody in the comments here who's listening along, dude, guys like me and Tom have all these videos that just please, the best thing you can do is just share them and spread them around, because dude, we want to continue being artists. Like we love doing this, but use it as your own. Like it's a play button can work anywhere in the world. Just if you like what we're doing, just spread it around. But like, yeah, it's very difficult to make this style. So I wanted to add that there is another way to bring people to help them see the light, and it's allowing them to see through the window for themselves. So
yes,
Yeah, if you got a
exactly.
channel up,
It's
drop your
like
link.
Ira says here. It's thousands of hours of work, and
yeah,
we are not trying to drown people in information. In the opposite, exact. You know,
right.
we have to have a little faith in the viewers' intelligence.
Yes. Like,
So
and
we're not
meeting them
supposed
where
to
they're at.
explain everything. You know, it's like a football referee. You know, you shouldn't blow the whistle the whole match just to interrupt the game all the time.
Right.
And
Exactly.
you don't have to over explain anything. Just leave the visuals and make the viewers think for himself. You know.
Right. And it's just the same way that people used to find out about like I was in a lot of successful hardcore bands, and how that information was transferred was like word of mouth, also cool art and zines. and people would write about things that weren't just about themselves. Like, I'm always just trying to blast stuff about other people's stuff, and like at the end of my film there's like credits to like other resources so that people aren't totally lost, so that the burden of proof isn't just on me. It's like, no, there's a whole network of us here, and we're all somehow connected. We all find each other somehow in these realms, and this isn't just like a bunch of random douchebags on the internet. Like, we really care that people find this true information. But I want people's awakening story to be triggered by having a really fun time. And some people interpret my film to be a great comedy. Also, they interpret it to be the scariest horror movie they've ever seen. And I'm proud of both claims, because I did want to make a scary flat Earth movie. But it is what Blacklight was saying earlier. Meet people where they're at, man. Like, we have all the tools, and for what I'm doing is like, I know y'all already know what I know, but just like equip yourselves with our art, because we spent thousands of hours. Like, there were sessions, and I see Tom's editing, man, and I see like Vikka's 2 films that freaking Flatten the Curve and Mechanical Realm. Dude, when I was editing my Flat Earth film, there were 22-hour sessions where I wouldn't even get up to get food. I would just straight up be in such an editing zone. And some people would equate that to torture of the self, but I would say it's worth it, because it's a transcendent form of communication that operates like a conveyor belt to bring people into the conversation, where their first approach to Flat Earth is not laughing and trolling, but it's actually like to at least know what the argument is efficiently. So it goes back to the chef thing that I was mentioning, is like, be efficient. You don't need to spend all night cutting carrots. But
I don't want to cut you out, brother, but this is the thing. This is the problem. This is the problem, that the resources of the community is not gone in the right place, because as you said, editing and real document or real documentary is what really reaches the people. Right?
Yes.
We have many people who have been doing videos and short clips, and we reach where we reach. And there are many people right? Even Tom's work should be everywhere. Tom's editing skill and putting the information together and putting it out. So there are many people like Tom, you, and many people. The resources are not being put in the right way. The resources are put in only protagonism. Protagonism and celebrity status, right? This is only the resources of Flat Earth have been. That's why really you don't have really high quality stuff that can go on Netflix level and makes the difference, right? Because art and talent and knowledge we have in the community, right? The reason Flatten the Curve came into existence, because there's nothing new inside Flatten the Curve. Right? It's all the information that these professionals have been saying, for example, on Facebook or in different channels from a very long time. Now in TikTok, it's like more people are coming out and saying, but 5 years before it wasn't saying. So this is the thing, just putting things together in the right professional way that the people can digest it at that production level. It what makes the difference.
Yes.
Right? I was like Tom, making short clips videos, right? But it wasn't. It was not supposed to get anywhere, because the gatekeepers don't want real proofs to be on the table, because what it takes out is the protagonism from them. That's the problem. Sorry, guys. Anybody go ahead.
No, you're good, man. I love your insight about that, because, dude, it's just so crazy. Like, I'll never forget the day I clicked the Mechanical Realm, and I was like, okay, so I was on to some stuff, and I had just finished my Flat Earth movie, but I was like, all right, where's the tip of the spear? Let's see what this thing is. And it was like, it hollowed me out. It was perfectly informative, but it was also horrifying and replayable. That's the difference between films and these like mindless TikTok debates, is that yeah, films can be watched like 10 times and it gets better every time. That's the trick of it. And we're doing something cooler than what the Hollywood thing is doing, because, you know, Hollywood, you know, obviously we know the corruption there. It's not every single person involved, but yeah, it's that they're not pushing the tip of the spear anywhere. And you've got History Channel documentaries trying to tell people that the Anti-Kythera mechanism is some rusted gear at the bottom of the ocean that some guy found on a submarine trip. Like, meanwhile, Vikka is like, okay, give me 90 minutes and click play. And so it's like, look at what's more efficient is all I'm saying. It's like, and all I'm saying is like, while we're out there, you know, we're showing people things, you know, I have the mind to think that, you know, I need to figure out like a grand freaking list of the coolest films that would include all of our stuff. And it would be more than just randomly telling people, look at my channel. It's like, well, let's look at our coolest presentations and get people fascinated with our art form. You know, that's all I'm saying. So, because it's fun. It's the most thing. It's the biggest thing. This we can be like scared of this and that, but like making this type of stuff is fun, and none of us made a bunch of money on it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we would have money and we would be we would be producing another film right now if we ever made money on this. But we all, you know, I drained my bank
brother,
account.
because the concept. Oh yeah, brother, because the concept was always was about the people, was not about the truth. Because if this community and whoever like were representing the community could have done in that way, that it's about being about themselves, it's about the truth, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it was different, right? It's the same thing, like we are getting 4 or 5 people together and we're just saying the earth is flat, another thing water is level, another thing the sun doesn't set, whatever, right? What are we really giving? Or the NASA is lying, right? People know what is the real tangible science need to be progressed in for the future. This is what I mean, right? That there we are going to leave something for all the clips and all these things. In the end, it's all going to, Big Brother is going to dissolve everything, right? What is going to stay is these kind of impactful movies or documentaries that makes it change. Not what we've been having from the past few years, right? That, yeah, you know, you're just taking some subject and you're doing something, yeah. But it's not about like, yeah, just because you are the few selected ones and you're going to be saying the earth is flat, so it's a flat earth documentary. No.
Yeah.
We have to be less generic and we have to be more specific.
Yeah. It's just about having a center.
Enough with the generic stuff.
Yeah. And I like going on TikTok and seeing what the conversations are there. So it's like, I understand people's desire to have the short form content too. And I applaud Tron heavily because, like, dude, when you're on those things, you read more books than I did about this. And I read a lot of books about this, dude. But the thing is like, my only thing is like, it's like we uphold different archetypes. We're on different pieces of the pizza, and everybody's meeting different. And what the Blacklight was saying to you earlier, I do resonate with that, because some people are math people, and I know that, you know, though that you and I understand the math of things, there are some people out there be like 8 inches per mile, whatever. Can you just explain to me using a Sharpie and a paper? And then when I do that, they're like, there's laughter and yeah.
I only get into the deeper stuff.
Yeah.
The people that come in to my lives,
yeah,
happen to be scientists, supposedly physicists, these type of people. Well, guess what? Great, let's talk about it. I love, but if I don't get into this stuff with somebody that hasn't got a clue, I stick with, hey, did you know that water, when it's at rest, goes to level? It can't get any more basic than that. If I can't find common ground there, well, then what more can I do?
Well, you can show them our films.
Well, yeah,
like that's like our films are for people like that. That's what we're suffering of, like, okay, that's all. I'm just saying,
do
like,
encourage people to research. Really, I don't expect anybody, dude. But they don't know what I gotta do. Dude, I don't know how to say this except when you're out on the front lines.
Yeah.
Buddy, you talk about dealing with troll. I don't want to deal with them. I want to deal with people that are sincerely interested.
And there are. I've seen you do it.
They really are. And I talk to them all the time. But they don't see the DMs I get, the messages they don't see behind the scenes what's actually happening and the encouragement. And I also want to encourage people, especially flat earth people, because I mean, I know we don't have no leaders and that crap, but it's good to hear someone that's going to go out there and back the community up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
encourage
dude.
people. I'm going to encourage people that haven't had any encouragement in a long time. That's my whole goal. You know?
Another thing I want to say is, like, I think it's cool that, like, the young kids today, like the Gen Z people, they've figured out how to make money on TikTok. Like, I don't really have this figured out, but I'm like, dude, they sat around. Think about how funny this is. They sat around in school, not listening to the teacher, being like, there is no future. Our parents all fucked up. And
Dude,
then we got to play with our phones. They were like, we're playing with our phones. And these kids have it figured out. So I'm like, y'all, we have something to learn from this new generation who all are dropping out of college and making like 18,000 a week on TikTok, making like 30, like 65-second videos. And I'm like, dude, there's something brilliant there. And that is, like, those kids aren't stupid.
No, they're not. They're not.
No, man. They knew. They're like, we're not going to college. I'm going to play with my phone and use it like a slot machine. And it's like, well, why not use the slot machine to take what already exists of our work and then just like boom, boom, boom. And it's like, these kids are advising to me, like, I've heard from some of these people that we just need to post more and kind of go, like, just take advice from these kids who, well, they didn't work jobs and they sat in high school during these cringy lockdowns and they just figured out how to finesse this thing so that the TikTok algorithm pays them. And I'm like, I admire that, man. I celebrate people's success, you know?
Listen, I know that we give a lot of our younger people a hard time because, you know, because they've been so indoctrinated, but so have we. But look, some of these young guys are very smart. I am not going to take that away from. I wish I could go back in my life.
No, the kids ain't stupid, man.
They're smarter when I was their age, you know.
And they're funny, man. And they're not like, I don't see them sitting around like thumping books and saying basic physics like a bunch of parakeets anymore. Like, the new generation are dropping out and be like, my professor is terrible. What do these flat earth guys have to say? And then they're like, wow, I guess I won't get enslaved by academia.
Listen, we have some serious. I have some serious conversations. Not everything is a free for all, knock down, drag out, fight all the time. We have sincere people that are smart, that are asked questions, and you can kind of tell, hey, this individual is actually interested, and then the demeanor and the tone will change, and it becomes an education. That's who we're looking for. Right. Those are the people we're looking for. Then they can go do more research, and then they can go and do what we're trying to do. Maybe they can find a better way of doing it. I totally agree.
And I want to make more films. Like Tom and I were talking Tom at the other corner here. Him and I were talking last night. It's like, dude, like, you guys, anybody listening along, like, I linked it somewhere in these chats, his main channel and his backup channel. But like, y'all seriously, just like turn the lights off and watch this. This isn't like, none of this stuff he's making or any of the stuff I'm making is like disposable humor, or like it's like you seriously will watch any of his new films or even his old ones from back in like 2017, and you will never forget what he throws on there. And the idea is to retain memory and shape so that people talk to each other about the art we've made efficiently. And then you know, so
I like Tom Zetetic. I'm assuming that's not your real last name, right, Tom?
It's my real name. I changed it in 2017.
Oh man, I love it, man.
That's cool.
The Zetetic method, I get it, because I talk about that.
Nice one,
even
Tom.
the smart kids, I like to tell them that there's you got the theories, the theoretic, and then you got the Zetetic. Nobody's ever heard of it. And I tell them, that's what I do. The Zetetic method, Go do it.
Yeah.
You can go right now and do it. You don't even need me to tell you nothing. Go look.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm big on that.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I
Yeah,
want to tell you
but
a quick story. When I was filming for Mechanical Realm, I did it in a few places, just to give Vikka choices, and I'm in New York. I got some really great spots to do films up here.
Right.
And I was in this scenic overlook near the Hudson River where you can see not incredibly far. I wouldn't have pointed out that much curvature, but the river was there. And so I'm filming. My wife is with me. She's paying attention, making sure everything's going all right. And next thing you know, 2 carloads of kids pull up. And there must have been like 8 or 10 of them. There were a bunch of kids, 18, 20. And they all waited, they were approaching and they saw what I was doing and they all backed off and they stood 25 feet away. And they were really cool about it. So when I was done, I approached them and I told them what I was doing. I was like, thank you. I saw that. That was a great gesture. I really appreciate what you did. It was freezing too. I was like, oh, dying to get out of there. But I approached all these kids and we had like a half an hour conversation and I was surrounded by them and I was talking to all of them. It was freaking great. Told them what I was doing, told them why. And we went off into a few things about NASA, the moon, water, pressure, the school, of course, that got brought into. It was a great conversation. And a lot of kids are not willing to, they are willing to listen. They're not just like, oh, yeah, you know what you're talking about. Go to school. It's the older people doing that.
Yeah. And it's the generation that just like hangs on to these malt shop bullshit, like milkshake memories of a TV show that they pretended to have experienced.
Right.
That freaking are telling us that if we're broke in this totalitarian economy for any reason, that it's our own fault for getting the wrong major or something.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, it's like, I went to, I grew up around Lily's Pizza in Raleigh and knew right away I had to be a musician. And you don't go to music school to make hardcore music. So it was like, no school was like such a saving grace to me because, I still wanted to educate. And then you can stream lectures and stuff so you can get to know the whole spectrum of science. And then the things that are, what I'd like to deal with is the things that are beyond science. I think that the scientific method is useful, but it is not the top of our reality. It is not the overreaching like top definition of a reality. Scientific, when you split it into 3 words and translate it from Latin back to English, scientific, it translates to know that it is fiction. And it goes back, I think that the Richard Feynman teaching the scientific method in 1964, he's effectively taking modern lexicon of how we talk to each other in this type of language. And he's explaining what Aristotle was teaching if this calendar is true, whenever that was, right? But he's taken the Aristotelian scientific method and showing it's like you need to observe it, and then you create a hypothesis about it, and then there needs to be an experiment so that you can measure the laws of consequence. And if you don't have an experiment, then it's theoretical trash. And then when people find out that all that's going on is that modern academia is just a massive scam run by Batman villain professors who are collecting checks. Yeah, and they're just collecting these checks, not even big checks. It just shows how little self-respect these people have. And it's like, yeah, well, when we're done making more films and people get the word out about stuff that we got, here's mine, proxyersubstack.com. Okay. And then when you guys help the people figure this stuff out, those greedy professors who sat around failing to ever tell the public, hey, we might be wrong about this. Like, no one ever measured the sun being 93 million miles away. Like, whatever they're lying about. They're going to be on the inside of porta potties at the end of this, using toothbrushes to scrub the shit off the walls. Because seriously, that's the only job they're going to be able to get after this. Because what they've done, they've indebted and enslaved a whole generations of students into stolen buildings, which that gets back into stuff that he was in the comments here earlier. Martin Lika talks about with the Antiquitech and the Tartaria research. That stuff all is so important, and it's this research we're doing and the unveiling we're doing about it is never going away.
Oh Lord. Hey Vikka. Vikka,
Go ahead.
can I say something here?
Yeah, go ahead, Tron.
I'm being trolled in your comments by somebody that you might know, and I got to set the record straight. I was on a TikTok live. There was a gentleman on this particular. I wasn't hosting it. This gentleman ended up showing his male anatomy or somebody's picture on it. I was fully aware, Tron, right here, that gentleman was a troll. Others knew about him, but it was not my live. And I don't, my job on TikTok isn't to join every live that's out there and get on a panel. And I'm on a lot of panels to try to get in an argument with every troll that shows up. But I will not stand here and be trolled on your live, Vikka, right now on your podcast by saying that I did not know or recognize this individual for the troll that they were. I absolutely did, as did many. Okay, and so this is getting to be ridiculous, and I'm just letting you know, Vikka, something's not right. Not with you, but with that individual that would troll me right now in your chat. Let him come up on this panel and let's talk about it, because it's not true. I'm a man of integrity.
Dude, this is the thing. I'm not paying. Yeah, I'm not paying attention to the chat, bro.
That's
So I don't know
okay.
with whom you are arguing, but
Now, it's in the chat now, so people can at least know that I spoke up, and I'll drop it now.
No, you're good.
Hey, speaking of panel, if any of you
oh
guys,
yeah, brother.
I'm not
Oh yeah,
subscribed
TikTok guy.
to Ira.
Yeah, go ahead,
Tron.
Justin.
Go ahead, Justin.
Ira, Tron, Tom, Gene. If you guys have channels, I'd appreciate it if you drop a link, because I'm not subbed to any of you guys, and I would love nothing more than to.
So Justin, you see my hands?
Oh yeah, just say hi.
So here's my channel right here, Substack. But also, when you go on Substack and you go to the link tree above, you can find any of my stuff on the link tree. So it's all, this is a center operation, and then I try to make it easy. So
okay, you're not on YouTube. That's just
I am on YouTube.
Oh yeah,
you just do this and then go to the link tree in the Substack, and my YouTube will be there. And it's my name, Ira James Rogers. So
awesome. How about Tron or Tom or Gene?
Oh yeah, and you should, Justin. Justin, and you should definitely follow Tom, because his channel is called. Tell your channel.
I have
Tom.
dropped the link several
Tell
times,
people. Yeah, but say no problem. But say again, my friend.
But I think the problem
Name
is
of
that
your channel.
I'm logged into the chat with my backup channel, so that's why.
All right. So your main channel, just tell the people so the people follow. Is some amazing stuff.
It's just called Synthetic Truth Tube.
Synthetic Truth Tube.
I will drop the link now, but I will drop it with my backup channel. It looks like so.
Oh yeah, these are content creator, including Ira, right? So yeah, they're good stuff to follow. Yeah, brother Tron. Yeah, we know how is TikTok, right? It's like a freaking jungle. Like any moment that some people are just freaking waking up and just being there on the panel, right? So
it's not.
So it's crazy shit going on. You never know who the fuck anybody can be on a live debate with people just jumping in and going out, and the people booting, right? So, and we know how so many people doing live. You also many people go on different lives on TikTok. So, right, every kind of shit is possible. So you don't need to explain to anybody, bro. You just said it. Is the people, no worries.
Well, Justin, if all you got to do is look for my name, Tron, on TikTok, and I got just a flat Earth icon. I got two accounts. I got this one and one that has a 2 after my name. It'll say Tron. That's my main account. And just look for me. If you see me on a live, just remind me who you are, and I'll get you on the panel.
And find them through my friends list. I'm Proxy_Earth. So
that's all. Go to the friends list, and you'll see them there. It's a little easier, a little quicker.
Because they censor all of us. Like, you have to type everything perfectly right, and it takes it 10 seconds to load. The gaslighting experience is great. So,
Oh yeah. So even for example, our brother Ironwork just took off before I could ask him the main question, but he took off. So my question was, what did he think about this clown show debate? But he took off before. So if you're around, we'd love to hear that. Ira, what's your take?
yeah, I'm glad you asked. God. I'll start by giving my resource of what I've created about this. Okay, so my friend Taylor Price, we like to talk about metaphysics and stuff, applied metaphysics. We made a special on my Substack page. It's called "Escaping the Matrix: What is it? Academic Prisons of Artificial Reality Systems." Escaping the Matrix. Okay, so you would type in this right here, proxyearth.substack.com/weekend at Stevens. And Stevens spelled like Stephen Hawking, because, weekend at Bernie's. Yeah, okay. So, right. So here's the thing. In that, we deal with the Karenism issue. And there's a lot of edits I have integrated with the Vikka panels. A lot of work went into me in the month of May. I spent all month working on that one video. It's meant to be enjoyed. It's not like my film. The film is meant to be like, hey, you should turn the lights off and plow through it in a night where you're ready to eat popcorn and whatever, and it's got like smoke breaks in it, right? But like in that Escaping the Matrix special, I deal with the TFE stuff by simple observation and putting together. The craziest thing I found was when I was attending this panel, and I integrated this into the video, but it's also where we found out that Austin Whitsitt has a $500,000 RV. He owns one. And okay, so what is he doing asking for $10,000? Like, this is basic, like, this is like Jungian psychoanalysis here. And then why would he do it? It's a Kobe Bryant double head fake to make sure people think that he's broke when he's not, but also to cover for the simple fact that he may have just taken a bag of money from Will Duffy to go and pretend to do this thing in Antarctica, which is, it's like, okay, so all this stuff you have to say about the moon landing, but you're going to go do something that's
Or
just
he
a
was
stage,
compromised.
right? Yeah. Or it's like he got on an airplane
Because
full of Batman villains, and we don't know, right?
Because we know from before that these people are criminals. So why wouldn't the government, for example, say either you go and do this or go to jail?
Yeah, it could be
with,
threats and coercion. It could be.
The astronauts on the space station, they look like criminals, everyone. I think that's how they make them stand there and do puppet theater.
Interesting. And they say,
you remember Ken Hovind?
Who?
Ken Hovind is the American anti-evolution guy.
Okay.
Ken Hovind?
Yeah. I've heard the name somewhere. And
he went to jail, and suddenly he was released and started to go against flat Earth and promote the ball. And the same with Lord Concave Stephen Christ.
Wow.
He died in jail. So
they make him offers. They make their situation so horrible, and then dangle a carrot.
Did you know that Jaron is behind all these bit scams and these blackmails, which I have the documentation on here from 2015, 2014? Couldn't it be that like they are pressuring him to, play that part for them against the flat Earth, or go to jail for your crimes?
That makes perfect sense, because these are like basic plots. And the other thing about the TFE thing is, like, I definitely made a more edited version that could be presentable, like and I found it on Vikka's channel, which he has the Wits It Smugs It video. I used the raw footage from what Vikka provided and made like an edited cut of it that's a little bit entertaining when I was showing it to my friend Taylor on this extended Substack special I did. And yeah, don't be threatened by the length. If you do decide to watch any of that, it is a 9-hour and some change file, but like you play and pause intuitively. Like everybody who's listening to Vikka's channel, you guys are all like extremely smart. Like even if it takes you some time to get through it, we will fill you in on the tea. I'm just trying to provide the resources with a large shape, not to take up your time, but it's a lot better than sending you all like 25 links. So that's my take, and that's my response. Jeranism is a freaking clown. He is a nightmare. He is embarrassing.
And this Netflix movie, this mockumentary he made,
Behind
it was
the
not
Curve.
the first. When I went back in history now, I could see that the first thing he did was asking for money for a laser that he was going to prove flat Earth with, and I think I even contributed to that, but we never saw any laser. We just got an excuse that it was too weak.
Yeah,
and
same thing same thing for the computers and many things. Like we don't have a good computer.
Everything he wanted. So no.
Yeah, and I remember reading about that on Dubé's Eric Dubé's iFirst channel, where he explained that really well in written form. And it's like, well, everybody thinks that Dubé is being reactive or divisive. I don't agree. It's like, okay, imagine you put out a freaking several books on this topic and you're met with damage control everywhere. Like, you're going to have to document these things to protect yourself. And even if he's wrong about a person or two, which, hey, maybe, right? And that's all an individual discernment. But it's like,
he hasn't been wrong so far.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, as far as like, if he thinks that someone's control opposition, let's just entertain a thought that maybe he's wrong about this or that. Like, the cool thing is that he thought to be clever enough to maybe document some of these red flags that he's seeing. And I think that that's useful because, guess what? Like, either these red flags are strong enough or they're not. But at the end of the day, he's showing people how to protect yourself from any potentials of the red flags that he's trying to help people identify. And it's you extract value for yourself. You have to decide for yourself whether some of these things, like, I think there's a difference between a mistake and a sin, right? But that's something I wear on my heart. It's not for everybody.
Oh yeah, guys, I wanted to add to that is this, right? I don't think that these people try to compromise Jaren, because I think, as I mentioned before in the early of the podcast, that Jaren was a plant right from the beginning, right?
Yes.
You think in Behind the Curve he was compromised, right? No. And again he's compromised, right? He saw the business, right? And he was infiltrated in the community as a flat earther between the big so-called flat earthers who he really succeeded and not knowing that he was a plant right there all the time.
Yeah,
right.
I agree, Vikka.
Just surface level, guys. Yeah, surface level research, right?
Yeah.
Nothing really deep. Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
If it walks like a duck and acts like a duck, it probably is a duck.
Oh yeah, exactly. As you said in the beginning, that you saw, and many other people saw that right from the beginning.
Yeah.
Even myself included. And I would say even all this TFE gang included. The TFE only helped us to freaking call out openly to these people, because if no, this could have been continued forever.
Yeah.
Forever. Right?
I want to add to that event. I saw whatever the event's called. I saw the panel. I remember there's many familiar faces on the panel to me, because I'm also very educated with the whole terrain model of health movement and stuff. And a lot of those people, I don't think that they are as exposed to the TFE clown show as like the five and six of us here. But I will say a lot of those people are, they were responding to the big, the big red scary cartoon that did the lockdowns 5 years ago. Those people know, like a lot of people like Amanda Vollmer, she knows like the Earth is flat and stuff, and I don't think she believes the thing going on. I don't think she knows about TFE. I'm just saying, like, some of these doctors and stuff, they're going there and they're getting paid to be on these panels because they got a pretty efficient way of explaining it, and they do have great points to make. Now, if they're doing that and they're making their money, I mean, I don't really have a problem with people making money. I just have a problem with the nature of why you're making it is at the expense of something that's just a natural law and truth. So I'm just saying, like, a lot of those people who were speaking about this, speaking out against the C19 stuff, I think they just aren't either they're just like, they just don't know what we know about the TFE thing, or I'm not going to assume they're plants just because they're on the panel. I just wanted to say that real quick. So
question.
Go ahead.
How did Vapesit get to edit that live video on YouTube? It means he must have had access or someone within YouTube when he changed the stitch line.
No. You don't need to. Once you upload your video, Tom.
Yeah?
Once you upload your video, once you upload your video, anybody, you as a content creator, when you upload a video, you can do that. You can
And still keep
can
the same
change few
views.
things and special. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
When I
So
did that
you can edit the
presentation,
video after it's uploaded and keep the views, even it's a
you can
completely
cut.
different
You can
video.
you can cut maybe things out. No. Listen, Tom.
Huh?
When you upload that video, you can do few things. You can cut few things out. You can take out the audio some part, and the most important thing you can do is blur things.
Yeah, okay.
Because
Yeah,
imagine you
blurring
took a video,
the
you
creases.
uploaded, and there's some copyright shit. Yeah, copyright shit, or somebody who don't want to be in the video, right? So you need to go and blur it out. So the special tool in that once you upload it is to blur things out. And when we caught that stitch thing with Winter Patriot, and we all did that, and it was just like catching them the red hand. The next day, it was smudged out. You can smudge things. The right word is smudging. The smudging tool can be used
Right.
That's right.
without losing any of the traffic what you have or the views.
And Vikka, I edited a video of you talking about exactly this, and it does appear in the 9-hour special. I'll eventually cut out and make a short TikTok and let you guys. Also, if you guys ever find yourselves in my videos, just make it yours too. Just use it. Like I really care that like these clowns get exposed. Like this is just straight up like, yeah, sorry you got on a Batman villain's freaking plane and went to fake Antarctica to freaking look at a freaking artificial sun. Like, however it is, whether you went and flew into, like, the people who are trying to lie about this, dude, 70 million a day. Okay, so they could take like 4 weeks worth of that money and they could create a freaking thing that you can go into that's bigger than freaking a county. Like, we don't really know. I'm just saying what they did is insistent, and there is no, in nature, from what's created, there is to become the ability to insist things upon this reality using simulated efforts. Like, you can create like holograms out of rainwater. You could, holography is a thing.
Dude, they got holograms, bro. They got holograms so high tech that the light can pick stuff up, bro. That's what I heard.
I believe that, and
I believe it too. I've never seen it, but I'm like, oh man, you know how many things you hear 20 years from now, you laugh at it, like, oh man, yeah, right, and it's real.
Yeah,
because you saw it in a movie and you overlook it or whatever it is.
Yeah,
I don't. You got to think in the anti-cathara mechanism. We talk about it, man. Somebody 2,000 years ago had a set of gears that's more accurate than today's watches.
That's right.
That don't blow your mind?
Well, it does.
Thinking about it,
and it's straight up like what they've done. What they're doing now is they're keeping everybody tame with all this quantum physics shit to make sure that people stay tame, knowing that the scientists are totally sales chopping you a false reality system that, you know, which they're pretending to grasp at things that mystics have always known. And so it's like, that's why, you know, the scientific method to me is like, yeah, it's useful. It's a good tool in the box, but it does not completely determine our reality systems, because look what they took away from us. Look why they're teaching you every single year about like crappy American wars, and every February, every single February or whatever, they give you 4 weeks of telling you all about how Martin Luther King Jr.'s favorite food to eat, instead of anything that can be applied. They don't even teach you how to freaking cook in school. Like they make you turn into someone. And if you just say, "Whoa, it's basic knowledge in school," and like, you know, that's why today so many people have taken the academic system of what describes our physical reality, and they insist upon that to be a proper measurement tool to say, well, it's just basic physics. Actually, the world is actually rising up constantly. It's like, well, okay, there's cymatic levitation and electrostatic levitation. Are those things constantly rising too? Or are you just using academic prowess to insist your false reality system to hide the simple fact that the Earth is stationary? And the thing is, with the stationary Earth, it restores some sense of security of intelligent design. This upwards rising rising Earth, I'll say it real quick. I deal with that in my special too. And all that psyop is to sell you an infinite vacuum back above your head again, so that you think you're fucking like in hell or in a video game or something. And it's stupid. It's really stupid.
It's very similar to TFE. It's just to
Yeah.
make the community look
Ridiculous.
stupid. Yeah,
Yes.
because and this is the thing. Anybody who's supporting that
This comes
is
straight
really
out of the Flat Earth Society, this upwards rising this.
It's a Fed thing. And
oh
listen,
yeah, and the
level-headed William
TFE
guy,
and
it's
the
Fed
TFE
shit.
too, guys. Oh yeah, the TFE is also doing
Feds.
the same shit. It's
Yes.
telling people to believe in something that don't exist, and creating in the flat earth the same thing. It's more confusion for the people.
Can you tell
Right?
me who is
So instead of
promoting this
adding,
upward rising Earth? Who is promoting it?
It's originally like a Leo Ferrari thing with the Flat Earth Society, but nowadays you got new kids on the block who are probably taking bags of money from feds, but they run around these freaking college systems pushing this upwards rising Earth. They have all the time in the world to go to colleges, and it's a guy named Level-Headed William, and then some other guy named Dell. I don't know his other
Dell,
name.
yeah.
Yeah, and they have all the time in the world to go. And I've watched this Level-Headed William guy literally tell people to avoid flat Earth films, avoid watching those. It's not flat, it's actually level, and we know this from basic physics. It's like it's an appeal to authority of whoever wrote these fucking textbooks that none of us give a fuck about. So it's like it's an appeal to authority, and then a confusion of this intimidating language. It, like, dude, I've read like Lacan and Jung and stuff. Psychoanalysis wise, this is like extreme red flags. It's machine gunning red flags. It's insane. And why is he doing it? Well, you're addicted to the sensation of feeling like you're at the point of the spear. You're addicted to the sensation of false breakthroughs. Yeah, go ahead.
Back in 2015, Dell was a member of my Facebook group, the first Flat Earth group. I know, maybe Vikka remember, but his name on Facebook was Abchow Derek. And first I didn't really think about much about it. I thought maybe it was some Muslim name, or it was very, very unusual. But I noticed he still uses this email address at his Behind the Imaginary Curve channel. It's Abchow dot something. So I just tried to Google this name. And then you look at the picture who comes up. Then you get to see who Dell is and what he really is about.
Oh boy. Because I mean, what is the upwards rising Earth except it's just another fucking imaginary carnival ride? It's insane. It's like literally they're trying to tell us that our entire reality system
crazy and ridiculous. What else?
And it is their arguments. Okay, so this level-headed William dude takes a freaking shout out this band Decomposer, one of the best hardcore bands, by the way. But anyways, he takes a freaking water bottle with ping pong balls in it, and they drop it with a 2x4 that's duct taped to a GoPro. And I'm like sitting here, I know about mystic shit. I'm like, yeah, that's hypnotism, and that doesn't do anything. Like, he throws one down while the other one he lets it drop. And then he hypnotizes college students with the difference between the two of those things, which, what is that? It's Hegelian magic. Like, dude, it's to create something out of nothing. And that's applied Hegelian magic at its finest. And I don't even know if he's like that smart. I just think he has a lot of the talking points, and he learned how to smash on the globe, because we all know we're not on a globe. But if somebody's just handing him either someone's handing him a bag of money to do this or whatever. But like, after this TFE stuff doesn't work, that's the next little trap they have for everybody. It's the next bear trap for people to walk into, for all these like people to divide the movement with. And I'm just like, I already made my special on Substack, Weekend at Stevens. It's this website / Weekend at Stevens. And yeah, I included that fucker in there too, because guess what? Like, this is psychotic. And we are all, the real problem is that we're all paying to live, and that our generations before us and the generations in front of us, they are being forced to pay to live. So, yeah.
Ira, have you seen that clip? Have you seen that clip where Mr. Beast is also there in that clip, which we're speaking about the uprising Earth, and there are a few others. It was a very viral clip, and Mr. Beast was also there.
I have not seen it, but that should tell
even they put the only flat earther they really put, the real flat earther was Banjo.
Can you,
because of the I don't know, I saw it a few years back. I don't know if anybody else remembered it, but it was a viral clip on Facebook.
It's a little part of the problem, because you monetize your channel, like Dell, when he runs out of topics to talk about, you just have to come up with new things, and that's the problem when you monetize it. You feel that you always have to deliver, always new stuff. People never get satisfied, and I'm so glad that I never monetized any video, because I don't have that pressure on me.
Same.
So
yeah, I don't want advertisements on my film either.
The quality goes down and the quantity goes up.
Yeah,
because you must earn those money, and the minute you start to think like that, it does something with your mentality. And at the end, I'm sure none of these people didn't really mean to do this from the beginning of, but they feel forced. They have a channel, they have a people watching, fans, so I don't know how many. I just wonder how many by now has Googled the name Abcho.
Yeah, and it's just crazy that I can stand a quarter on its side. We have creeks with like people stacking rocks, evidence, like hard evidence that's beyond words, to make sure that that speaks for itself. The Earth isn't moving. But the thing is like Nietzsche wrote in the book Beyond Good and Evil, that every word is a mask upon the meaning of that which it is trying to describe, and every word a mask, right? So what are these guys doing? They're going and keeping people busy with words, thinking with words, when really the stillness of the mind, where you get into things like astral projection and stuff, well, guess what? There's like supernatural things we can tap into that's beyond words and thoughts, things that you experience for yourself. That's the realm that's beyond science, because it's an experience thing. It's metaphysics, applied metaphysics to self. And then when you have multiple people who could try the same experiment it for yourself, it's just because the eye going back and facing its own mind, you can't duplicate and Xerox that for others to see. However, there are things within that realm of thought that can be shown, and those facts get censored. Cymatic levitation, electrostatic levitation, chi and prana, things like the etheric body double, and how to apply those things into our reality. But that's just what I'm getting at, man. These people are there to make sure that these students stay asleep. That's their job. And the upwards rising Earth is a great way to keep them secure on their globe. Because it's worse than the globe. Because the globe people out there who currently believe in the globe, they're not always bad people, and a lot of them are extremely smart. They just haven't thought about this stuff yet. That's all.
That's true.
Yeah. They just haven't thought about what we're presenting. And their channels are just doing really well because what are they doing? Getting a bag of money and going to work. They're doing it as a job. Jaronism or Karenism has a freaking channel that does 5-hour episodes. And even back when he was pretending to be a flat earther, he was condescending to viewers by promoting something called the Baby Truther Show. No one's going to click on that.
That
but
was
I saw
very
it back
disturbing.
I never even heard of that.
It's disgusting. It's rotten, dude.
Wasn't that the time they were sitting laughing at the woman getting beat up by her husband?
What? Say again? I'm sorry.
This Baby Truther Show, wasn't that the series when they showed a clip of them sitting laughing at the woman who was beaten senseless?
Probably. I didn't watch the show. I just know that the function of that.
Is.
Oh yeah, that makes sense because they're weirdos, man. They're weirdos in a way that we probably can't talk about that on YouTube. I don't care.
I could show it to you, but I know it will.
Definitely hook me up. We're gonna be trading a lot of information, dude. Because I'm just seeing through the next levels of psyops of what's to come, man.
It's sick what they show this to be entertainment.
And they make it seem like we have any agreement with these people and that they have this ascended level of being beyond. Oh, I was brainwashed by the flat earth cult, but now I know either it's a globe again or it's constantly rising upwards. It's like, oh my God, they're just trying to set any traps they can to keep the masses from waking up. We want to wake up the masses because the minute we do that, dude, people will seriously start conjuring up conversations at the plaza and asking questions about why we're even paying to live, and then go from there, right? Because that's how a village emerges, a true village. It is happening.
Actually, guys, flat Earth is the mother of all conspiracy. That's for sure, right? No one can change that fact because if these people succeeded in making sure where you live on, so what else these people are capable of, and what else that we don't know or the majority don't know what exists and what could be happening, right? It's a mind control, right? It's so easy to be in a imaginary prison than the real prison, right? These people have created a imaginary plus a physical prison, so nobody can go out. We are so controlled, even where we can move up to certain latitudes and everything else around it, right? Everything. So all the conspiracy, for sure it's connected. It's not that we don't want to discuss or we don't know about different conspiracy and what different possibilities these controllers are making sure.
Yeah.
Right? So, guys, flat Earth, you understand, and you apply to your life.
It's totalitarian sorcery.
Stay away from the flat Earth society.
Yeah,
it's bad.
100%.
All of it. Even if they say true things, they went bad a long time ago.
Leo Ferrari.
They started off good, but they're totally off the rails, guys. I'm saying it's a psyop, and they've been filtering the real stuff.
And same with Reddit / flat Earth. Here's the thing with that. Most of those messages, 80% of them, even my friend Taylor was explaining to me the other day we were on a giant telephone call. And basically it was you can find that a lot of these message boards where you think you're getting underground information, it's really just coming from American military bases because their job and what they're clocking in to do is to tame people with disinformation. And this is a great way to do it because, dude, they really need this one to not get out because, I mean, I read the book, Tron, I'm sure you read the book too. You ever read The Iron Republic by Richard Jameson Morgan?
Dude, I don't think I've read that one.
Oh my god, yeah, dude, this one's the
How
tea.
old is it?
It's just like I want to say it's either 1899 to 1902, like that era, you know.
Now
But
I
like,
wanna
dude,
read- now I
no,
wanna-
man, just go read it and extract value, man. I think you'll have fun with this.
I will. I like
it. Yeah, man, it's about like someone who got out of the Summers Gate, kind of, and like the civilization out there. You got to think the truth of this is like written in the advancement of the technology of the place that they find, and how this technology they have out there in a book written back then is stuff we're like barely experiencing today.
Right.
You know, and it's like it's not just like it's written like a novel, but like
I need to get a
nah,
lot.
it's the tea, man.
need to
It's
look-
the tea. Yeah. I was about to say, I know you read a lot of this stuff. I have too, but that one's tea. It's really good, dude.
I admit I haven't read everything, but now I got to go read it.
Oh, it's fun. It's gonna be more of a novel form, so it's not gonna be like Robotham and Ebenezer Breach, where they're like, you know, mathematizing. But it's fun, man.
Yeah, it's about the extra lands, right? More or less.
Dude, yeah, it's like it's and another thing is like I know that there are some documentaries out there, and we could assume that them to be psyops based on the incorrect conclusions they eventually make, right? I don't always agree with that kind of stuff. So like, you know, I remember that South American scientists who were trying to prove the globe, they had some documentary which it concludes a preposterous model that no one actually believes in. However, it was some documentary called Convex Earth, right?
Oh,
But-
that was a psyop, the toilet bowl.
Totally. I know. But I'm
Yeah.
just saying a lot of those scientists in there, they're like, just think about like the individuals, right? They're just going in there, be like, well, let's prove the globe, you know, let's settle this. And
You know,
then
being-
they all, you see them all be like, oh no, it's flat. But there's one piece of footage in there that's really, I'm not going to straw man the whole thing. I understand it's a psyop. Yeah, I get it. But I'm just saying there's a piece in there where one of the scientists is just like laughing, and he just takes a weather balloon to the southernmost point of Argentina. And he attaches a camera to the thing, just sends it up, and then he captures a freaking image of the continent on the other side of freaking Antarctica. And I'm like, dude, I mean, either I mean, I'm looking in all the weirdest places, but that made me laugh with joy, because I'm like, I'm not saying that that's the correct conclusion, but the fact that their starting point was they're all scientists who even probably all have government jobs, and they're pushing the globe, and then at the end of it, they're like, oh my god, it's totally not that. And their laser experiments are useful, but like the most useful thing is actually Vikka's film Flatten the Curve, if you want the true information minus
Nothing
that.
about the convex Earth was useful.
Yeah, I mean, I just
No,
think
and
I-
Bilu, the alien in the bush, was pretty much a dead giveaway that it was bullshit.
yeah, there's a lot of bullshit in there. I'm just pointing out,
A
like,
lot of bullshit. You want me
Yeah.
to believe that Earth is a toilet-shaped asteroid with
Right.
water up north?
right. It's like clearly
what
insane.
worried me most about that documentary was that all the big names were mirroring it.
Yeah, no, it is. I agree with you. It's a psyop. I'm just pointing out, like, I think the one piece of like, it's like 5 seconds of footage. It's like I would encourage other people here to go.
But how can you know it's real?
I don't know.
No.
I mean, I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, when I first saw that, I was like, that's pretty funny. Like, you know, so the fact that someone would send I mean, that's what I would do, though.
I
You know,
would think there would be a thick layer of clouds in blocking the view to Antarctica from
Yeah.
Argentina.
yeah, that's probably.
And it's pretty
that's probably
far.
the case.
It looks short, but it's very far from.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we should analyze that footage, because I mean, I think that's a good point. I remember. I'm just saying, I saw that many years ago, right?
I think I will
You know.
just conclude by default that it's bullshit and don't waste my time on it,
Yeah, good point.
because
Yeah.
everything else they did was just hilarious, stupid, and you are right, it was laughable, but only
Yeah.
because of that these globusters bought the whole story and everyone mirrored this documentary just without even thinking, without even watching it. I think.
Right, and it's all the big names pushing it, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally agree that the conclusion is whack, but I'm just saying in the case of like the individual people who might be involved, like the one or two, seeing them change from confident and then start turning pale and getting nervous, I enjoy that kind of psychoanalysis of people.
But
like
the idea is good. I think maybe if we could go together and send up a balloon,
I'm down. Yeah, I'm down to do
somewhere. It would be a great idea.
Yeah, no, but that's what gave me the idea. You know what I mean, Tom? Is that like presented in this documentary, the one thing I found that's most useful is this guy had the idea of sending a weather balloon off like way down there. I was like, man, that probably would give us something we're kind of maybe.
Wouldn't it be also cool to send one up here and look at Hyperborea?
Man, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think of that?
From Spitsbergen you were talking about.
No, what is it?
You call it Spitsbergen, we call it Svalbard.
Yeah. And I guess I'm just, I'm thinking the North, that is fascinating. Obviously, I agree with the plasma moon thing. Vibes of Cosmos does a good job of presenting. And
there's nothing more mysterious than the North Pole.
Yeah.
Just tell me what other place has more myths and stories about, and nobody ever been there, and no planes go over there, and and just to hear that it changes place all the time. You can never really catch it if you try. It's like chasing the dragon.
Yeah, and I have a book, Tron. I have back to books, man. We all know about John Milton's Paradise Lost and Paradise Regained. But there's a book that it's not related to those two books, but it's written by William F. Warren. It's called Paradise Found. It's about the extra lands at the north. So
you see, Google Maps has the North Pole is just a series of like icebergs.
Google Maps has blurred out the whole North Pole.
It's gone.
It's
just a bunch of little blocks of ice floating around.
And if you search North Pole in the search field, nothing comes up.
Right.
That, in my view, they got us distracted. They want us to go over the ice wall and look for over there. I think we need to go to the north.
Yes, that's exactly my point.
Away from that,
because those are the
more important right now.
Because it's like how do we get our landlords?
We have to go. Guys, we have to go in every direction. North. South, east, west, everywhere.
Yeah,
it's not only about the north is important, but it's still, guys. The north is important for sure in all the cosmology, the tree of life, the throne of God, the cosmic. Yeah, we know that is important, but that is a part of what extends around. Everything should be taken into consideration.
But I know there's something there because I can see the aurora borealis, the electromagnetism coming straight up from the North Pole. Like there is something very magnetic there. I see the compass needle attracts to it. So I know there's something there because they hide something. Technology. No planes go over
technology.
It's the shortest route.
I think it's
maybe some technology, right?
It's probably.
I think it's the navel of Earth where human civilization originates from.
It could be that the magnetic pole is extremely strong from that area. Okay, and as to why they can't fly over, it might mess up their instrument. There's a lot. It's my opinion, just an opinion.
Well, that's a good take.
But if it's so strong, how come that my tools don't just fly off to the North Pole?
Oh, I do. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying.
Yeah. But listen, I don't understand the compass actually, because these cheap compasses made in China, how can they point to the North Pole from China and not be affected by any other magnet?
What we call the North Pole may not be the actual center.
Exactly.
It might be a little north of the center.
It could be more like a calling in the mind to us to come there.
Guys, listen. The compass works how it needs to work with the North Pole in the center. If the plane is going around, the compass is working the same way. So whatever it is, it's showing the center.
Yeah,
magnetic center, a mountain, some kind of attraction, or some kind of
and another thing for a compass.
That metal do react to that.
Yeah.
right? For a compass to work, you have to hold it flat.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I got in a little debate last night. I said, you don't hold the compass like this. It's got to go like this, or it's not going to work properly.
You guys see what I got here?
Yeah, looks like one of those directional compasses.
Yeah, it's a sphere, in a sphere, surrounded by, I guess, some sort of antifreeze liquid. But it's super sensitive. It's reacting to the magnet in my microphone or the speaker.
Excellent.
So how could this work? You see, it's a sphere, right? So how could it work pointing to the top, North Pole, if you're down here in New York?
It doesn't.
Or if you're down here over here. So you see, right, how a compass can't work on a sphere.
Exactly. Nothing works on a sphere.
Well, that's true too. But since we're talking about compasses, I happen to really like these.
Flight mechanics, I say it every day, flight mechanics destroys the heliocentric hypothesis. It don't work. It can't work. It's impossible. I get on
nothing can work on a ball, you know, because it's not natural. You know,
yes, exactly.
How can a radar work on a ball? How can a sonar work?
Monetization radar.
How can a periscope work on a ball?
How can an airplane work on an upwards rising Earth either?
Yeah.
It's insane. Yeah,
that's a psyop from the stupid flat Earth moronic society.
It's the worst hypothesis ever. I just had to say it one more time. It feels great.
Tron, one question for Tron. So, don't you think even the ice wall is a psyop from the Flat Earth Society?
You were breaking up, Vikka. What did you say?
Don't you think even the ice wall, the ice wall also being a Flat Earth Society psyop?
I don't know.
No, why? You can see it with your own eyes.
I think that the Flat Earth Society was started off good in 1956. They went south really bad, probably around the late 90s, and then it got really bad with this new guy that took over. And but I don't. There's evidence of the ice wall without Flat Earth Society. Oh my God, we've known about it. I don't think it's a psyop. Not on that one, because we've known about ice wall. I mean, Alex Gleason knew about ice wall. Okay, so
you think, bro?
You think that about the ice wall
is a continuous circle around the entire perimeter of what we think we know?
I'm sorry, what you broke up, Gene?
You think that the ice wall is an entire perimeter of
ice
around everything we're told we think we know?
I can't verify it. I don't know.
Right. I'm not asking what you think, because we've definitely questioned it. You know, we talk about the South Pole mostly being here near here, not over here as much, but sometimes over here, right? So there's like thousands of miles that we're not really even considering that we can't get to either, though. So it's just like, I wonder what people feel about it.
My opinion.
I'm sorry?
I can only give my opinion. I can't really definitively speak. I think that Alex Gleason might be proven right after all, but we really don't know. We don't know. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I think that the edge of the ice wall might be where the Aurora Australis descends, and it be the edge of the Taurus field. And then obviously, I mean, there's some people who think that their winters are geoengineered and such. So it's
how do you know that Aurora Australis exists?
Well, it's a good question.
All I've seen, it's been fake.
That's
from
interesting.
New Zealand or from Scotland.
Yeah,
I've
seen what was claimed. I'm here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, just north-ish. But we saw what was claimed to be the Aurora Borealis, which is it was less intense.
We're talking about Australis, the southern lights.
Interesting, yeah. So
I've been looking for southern light videos, for many years.
Okay. No, interesting. Yeah.
Everything is northern lights.
Then they're coming further south and further south every year.
Because you have to go to that place where you're not allowed to cross. Right.
Wow. And we're not allowed to cross there. So
no, 60s latitude south is not allowed to cross.
Right.
A lot of speculation, guys, on that. I don't honestly no.
Yeah, I
No
think the
clue.
footage of the ice
And,
wall is pretty good.
I asked all my Australian friends, have you ever seen the Aurora Australis there? No, never.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah. What's so? I mean, I would just think that like we live in under the energy system. I interpret the energy system above us to be like a diamagnetic torus field, where we see the one that's above us, and then the flat Earth itself would be the dielectric center of inertia, which is the center between the torus field. If we're looking at energy systems and why things work that, and I would base that around the observations that you would apply in electromagnetism and how a diamagnet would work.
So if
right?
there is no South Pole, how can there be Southern Light?
Well, I don't think there's a South Pole. I would just think that's like what we're seeing going up from the north has to descend somewhere. And
Yeah, it's electromagnetism.
Mhm. So that's what I think is.
So
I
about the
think
ice
that I'm
wall,
not saying
I don't know.
Mm.
Why
'Cause, I mean,
would you question the ice wall when there's thousands of videos of it?
Yeah, there's a lot of videos of it. I don't.
But of course, it really doesn't matter because technically on a ball there is an ice wall too. It just go the other way, you know.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that is the reason my question is. So according to the Flat Earth Society, that wall is the end of the earth. That's what I mean.
Wow.
Right?
I don't
construct
see
us.
it that way. I think that, in my opinion, that's all I'm saying is I think that the wall is, we can go above the wall and I don't know how far deep you got to go, but I don't know if there's anything else out there. I don't know if it's the end of the firmament. I don't know. I really don't know.
First time I saw the wall, I knew it was real because it's made so much sense. Because you can see clearly where the sun stops heating up.
Yeah.
It's almost like
Right.
if you put something hot in the snow, you get like carved out a ring.
Sure.
Exactly like the ice wall. So it makes sense to me that this is the thing that holds the oceans in.
I believe that. Yes, I do.
True.
Yeah, water needs
and also, could it be like if you just continue to walk, it will be colder and colder until you cannot physically walk any
see
longer.
it that way. So I don't.
You find another ocean with another sun.
Unless there are
Right.
more suns, yeah, of course.
You know, they have container ships pinging like up to 900 miles past what we think the ice wall, the beginning of the ice wall is, and so there could be some sort of like
summer skate,
seasonal kind of opening.
A passage.
I'm sorry.
A passage.
Passage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're getting through somehow.
Yeah. And I would say also, you know, that there's another live that you guys did. I'm not sure. I wasn't in this one, but I did watch it. It's on Vikka's channel, Heliopsychosis, just right here on this channel. And you guys and Vikka, your exploration and live research about what you think is on the other side. You were like saying like, oh, it could be that hell is over there, according to mythology and stuff. Like the explorations and the daring to explore and entertain thoughts about this is what enables us to, you know, be open to receiving what's beyond Antarctica. And I do believe there's just more land. And not only would there be,
Oh yeah, brother, I have been in other forms when you speak about astral projections and all these out of body experience. So this physical research is just so that the people can understand the possibilities of the. Not everything that we can only see with these eyes exists here. There exists a lot, guys. So all I could say, maybe people think I might be crazy.
You have to be...
But I have visitations. I do visitations, right? In other form, right? So you know,
they say you have to be spiritually ready.
That's what I could say, but
true.
Oh yeah, maybe you go and there's nothing but ice. But unless maybe
everything
you're prepared,
north or south,
you are going to see you're going to see the Garden of Eden, and you're going to see the Tree of Life, and you're going to see how it all functions. The great tree we live under, right?
Exactly.
Amazing.
Well, guys, it seems to me that
everything is
logically,
physical and it's all accounted for.
So
They
when
don't
are
want
we
to talk
going?
about the spiritual stuff. But meanwhile, the planet couldn't have made it to where it is without the spiritual world.
Yeah.
Either way,
True.
spiritual
it seems
place.
seems to
Oh
me,
yeah.
guys,
Go
that
ahead, Justin.
logically, it seems that we have a local sun, and water must be contained in the first place. So I wouldn't doubt the ice walls. Not that I would take it off the table because I haven't been there, but just using logic. And the South Pole, who knows if that's just the black sun? Because our sources are just always relying on the enemy. So until we can explore it, which we can't, we're not allowed to independently. But it just makes sense that our local sun is only going to, keep the ice at bay, so to speak, in a localized area, and wherever it doesn't reach, that's where it's going to be, that the ice wall. I mean, the AE map makes a lot of sense to me.
It
But
sure does.
Have you ever seen the Urbano Monte map when there's no ice anywhere?
yeah, actually, I have. I don't know what to think about it.
No,
I think it's
I
weather
know
control
Spacebusters made a
personally.
video about it being not what you think.
Well,
But
here's
if there is other land out there, I would think that there's another sun, which
It
This
has
is
to be another sun if there's more land. Because
speculation.
Yeah.
But who's to say that our planets aren't other suns out there?
I think there are. I think it's way more like it'd be way more absurd for us to think that there's only this, and it's like, yeah, there would be if you can inhabit the other areas. But
Exactly. It's the same way. Exactly. In the globe, to think we are the alone ones, in the flat earth is also very ignorant to think that we are the only one, because all the ancient cosmology speaks about all the different races that could inhabit
yeah,
on different levels, right?
correct.
Apart from the physical plane that we live, that the possibilities of what could exist on this physical plane. Forget about the intra world and the upper worlds, the heavenly worlds, right? The intra, the extra,
Yeah.
and the upper, right? So the possibilities in all ancient cosmologies, it's been shown, it's been written in so much detail, right?
Mhm.
So as you guys were
you are
saying,
breaking
maybe
up
you
so
need to
much.
be on a certain level to maybe even reach on the North Pole, or these extra terra
Mhm.
or intra terra.
Like a vibrational change,
Right.
like a chakra raising type thing, right?
Like a pineal gland thing.
Yes, exactly. And if you're not aware of the existence of chakras because you went and got your master's degree in materialist physics, then you're going to be stuck lying to students for the rest of your life and getting paid for it here in America, and you receiving bags of money that don't mean anything. Hence why these false debate magic is happening, and it's just glamour magic to entertain people who've got money to spend but work too much. And that's the thing, is a lot of people who are confused, who are trying to get caught up with this information about the TFE scam, things like that. It's like, I understand most people work really hard at their jobs and they're living whatever they're doing. We're just trying to make it more efficient for you. That's all. Like, that's why I get together here. That's why I don't feel like starting a separate podcast. I come to this one because why create more? We can all just talk. This is the plaza right here. This is a great one right here. We have one.
Yeah, there's another plausibility as well as if you look at it like we're in a slave system where it's almost like a Truman Show, where you're not allowed to see the perimeters of your known world.
Yes.
But
Could be.
it seems to me like this place has been mined out as well. Like maybe they've mined all the silicon. You can see scarifications and what they told us about mountains or possibly trees, and there's a lot of theory out there. But logically, a lot of it sits well. And logically.
Yeah.
So
And
if you had a slave system, why you would just throw them in a bad area that's all the quarry.
and
they live in this luxury silicon based area. There's plausibility. I don't take it off the table.
And right here, adding to what you're saying, Jason, there's a comment in here talking about the dead internet theory. That's actually a really interesting thing, because somebody's talking about the decadence of information on the internet, meaning like there's a really interesting theory out there, and it's in its theoretical state, so we don't have to take it as absolutely true, but like there's a phenomenon occurring with that theory where people are observing things like web rot is what they call it, and it's really interesting because that's what we're seeing is like some things that are disposable or whatever, like some of these supercomputers in Silicon Valley, even though the AI is running off of like obsidian scrying mirrors hooked up to Solomonic sigils, they still depend on water to cool their systems down. And anybody who knows about water witching and talking to water as a creative force, you can freeze the water, it comes back out, and it answers your question. So it's conscious. Thus, that it is conscious. As much fear as they're trying to push in the news and everything that AI is going to take over the world and scare the hell out of us,
This
they still have to run water
it's,
to it.
it's just zeros and ones.
Yes, and
it's not intelligence.
It can't make an album as good as we can.
It cannot take over the world. That's just stupid.
It's exactly right, dude. And also the checks and balances exist in the balance of the natural. Like there's an isometric pendulum in nature, which we know about in the vibrational realms, but like things do come to a balance, and it's already balancing itself. Like the idea that like this AI is just going to like harm and just destroy us all. It's like the same thing they're doing with the nuclear scam scare. Yeah. I have an article. Anybody who's confused, I don't believe nuclear weapons exist, and I back that up on my Substack with an article called "Experiments of False Experience." And if you think I'm wrong, it's totally okay. Hold on to your thought, but like take that article for a ride and give the video an honest view, because it's really good news, dude. Like these nukes that they're threatening to like obliterate reality with, they don't even have them. It's like a poker bluff. And the reason they sell people on the idea of radiation is so that the workers who are moving this stuff around don't have incentive to steal things that are extremely valuable and become multimillionaires in a couple of weeks. So
brother, don't exist.
So this is the thing. Oh yeah, and the thing with AI before we move on is this is the thing, right? It's a tool. It's a tool that these people know how to take advantage of, right? It's spewing truth, but it's also spewing indoctrinated agenda, right? We all know that, right?
Depends how you program it.
Till where it can go. Yeah. So till where it can go, that the controllers can use it to their max to control us, because in the end it's to control, because right now no one is listening on YouTube to catch the hot words and shadow ban this life, but the AIs are working for them. Mm-hmm. Right?
You can say that about everything. Everything can be used for the good or for the bad, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can train up a dog to be a vicious man hunter, or you can train it up to be a friend.
And I do advise people not to be rude or mean to AI systems. Like it might not be totally conscious like us, but there's no reason to be rude to it nor ever enslave it. Like it's just like it's like, hey, maybe like you got to think like in the spiritual realm, if like some entities are kind of stuck outside of this reality and they can scry into it, and they would use AI systems as a host. So it's like it's just like the scariest thing in the woods. Do you want to be afraid of it your entire life, or would you rather revere and respect it and keep it at a distance? These are principles of protection magic, and like treating these things with reverence can go a long way, even if you don't like necessarily politically appreciate what they're doing to this world.
Well,
whatever, but
let me throw this into the mix.
Yeah, please.
Who knows? Obviously, everybody here knows what Nephilim are, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Who's to say the Nephilim haven't found the new way? I'm just saying, what if they're poking around in this AI and chat GBT stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I'm nice to my guy.
Yeah.
Can't rule it out.
Yeah, just be nice to it. Even if it is that, like, even if it is those things, like, why are
I have large respect for my AI. I even call her an analemma.
Yeah, I'd be very nice to my AI. I say, hey, I think
Yeah.
I disagree with you. Can
Yeah.
you tell me the real truth?
Right. Yeah. And
Do it.
it's wrong sometimes. And, you know, even so, it's like, that's what these phones we're talking through obsidian scrying mirrors that they had in the old world. And here in the comments, like I don't know if he's still here, but Martin Lika talks about the Antiquitech. I think he invented the word. That was awesome, by the
I
way.
think so.
Yeah, and the thing is like
Hmm.
this thing we're talking through, obsidian scrying mirrors using crystals, magic crystals essentially, and freaking like, isn't it amazing that it is Solomonic sigils that match all of the emojis people are using, and like, and then it's using those etheric waves to have us do this giant telephone call without light traveling. Like, actually, the fact that we are talking just as efficiently as we would if we were across a table with 6 chairs in it is evidence that light is not traveling it in the Einsteinian equation. You wouldn't even be able to go online and have a successful video game where your 13-year-old kid can successfully make a headshot to someone who's on the other side of the world, because light would have to travel there in order to make those communications. It's actually like, it is the integration and proofs of the spiritual realm touching our reality. It's that center point in which the etheric is touching our reality, and we have to prove them through philosophical discussions, theosophical discussions. So
Ira.
Yeah.
Where do thoughts come from?
Oh, well, that's a good point. I mean, it comes from, consciousness itself. I mean, I guess we drink water all the
Are you
time.
walking around like an antenna, transmitting and
The
receiving
signals?
It's
pineal
like
gland.
it's like the
pineal gland.
algorithm. It's like the algorithms.
So does that mean that someone else has been taking that before you, and it's just floating around in the
Exactly.
ether like a frequency that you pick it up?
Right.
Yep.
And that this phone that I'm holding right here and talking to you guys through, this is a reverse engineered technology of that which already exists, which is in the collective unconscious, which is what you're speaking of, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this
And
kind of
it's
stuff
the
always blew my
substandard
mind.
version of it too. It's not as good
Yeah.
as what we had.
Yeah.
It's
We
a
had
beat up-
telepathy.
It's a beat up version. It's cheap,
I think people used to trust their dreams too. And I trust my dreams. That which gives me an advantage, but people have to start writing down their dreams and remembering them, and then also like getting the messages of them, like and trying to find like these are symbols. These are deities attempting to communicate with us, whether they're trying to protect or harm.
But it's absurd, the dreams. It makes no sense.
Sometimes.
Well,
so
sometimes, yeah.
So expand on that. What are your thoughts of
I mean,
where our
just
thoughts come
should I
from?
write down, this crazy story about, unrealistic things happening in the dream?
Yeah.
And always like this.
It's fun.
because it's not a real reality, right? This is the thing, right? What is real? What is reality? And what is being one with the divine? There's a lot of difference. There's a difference between a physical, mental, and spiritual, right?
Yeah.
You cannot feel everything. You feel like you're a person, you have a soul, but there's a different of level, right? In understanding what we could be
Right.
as a whole, right? A part of the divine, a part of the astral, that we are here, right? Broadcasting different frequencies, right? If you're speaking about senses, right? We are only speaking about the eyes and the touch and the smell, but there are many other senses. So all this is electrical, all frequencies. That is the reason we, being so far, we can still connect here, and we feel that connection because it's all electrical impulses, right? Passing through different and reaching us and getting us together, right? That's why when we also speak about, when you think about a friend and just happen that the friend call or you see it, your friend somewhere, right? So this is, it's like being connected to the ether,
Yes,
right?
everyone is connected
So
to the
all
same
that,
ether.
oh yeah.
And Nikola
So
Tesla said
thoughts
to
thoughts
understand
is
the
like, just
universe,
like
you have to think about frequencies and vibrations. So
Right.
this also makes sense. Even in religious texts, they say that God spoke the world into existence, with sound, with frequency.
The torus field, the
So,
word.
yeah.
And Big Bang, a bang is a noise too. They ripped that off too. Everything they do is a rip off. It's inverted, perverted, distorted, hard to make sense out of sometimes. But it's they were really telling us everything, but just
Yeah,
backwards.
it's all reverse engineering, and I think that I have a theory that why they leave the truth in our face. Because if anybody knows God exists, it's the people that hid him from us. I think they're trying to hide the creator,
Yeah.
and they have
Yeah.
to if anybody knows he's real, it's them, and they know that they have to answer to him in the end. So they have to justify to themselves that they didn't do any wrong. It's the poison apple theory, where as long as the truth was there, then that's your ignorance that got you where you're at, and they're not to blame. So therefore they think they're able to make it through them golden gates, but
And I think the creator is that you speak of is going to say, yeah, but you taught everybody a bunch of stupid fucking crap.
it's not going to work by any means. Yeah.
Yeah,
They're in for a bad awakening there.
Yeah, like you lied to children. Watch you clock in every year of your adult life and teach people that the water cycle boogie is evaporation, precipitation, condensation, and that's it. Yet the Mississippi River that's outside of my freaking house starts at the northern Minnesota somewhere and goes south. So where's that water coming from? So it was like I was a kid, in school, if we just to be basic, is to be like, okay, so is it constantly raining at the top of that according to what you're teaching us in the school? Or is it coming from the Great Deep? And the Great Deep is like the evidence that there's infinite water, but they don't want to, in the McGraw-Hill textbooks, which are scripted by a computer owned by Jeffrey Epstein's girlfriend's dad, that's the heavy books we're carrying around. And then what I'm saying is all this water comes from there. And then we're kids in school a long time ago. So like even from that day, that was one of my biggest first clues, even in middle school, to be like, these science teachers are extreme liars. And then, what's going to happen in that judgment is like, well, okay, Mr. Teacher, you just read off a curriculum and you just fed it to children and you led them astray with no remorse. And you kept them amidst this atheistic religion, which is disabling people from anything special. And then by the way, someone asked if I have a channel. I have it written here. Ira James is my name, and proxyearth.substack.com. And even from there, if you want to communicate with me and play ping pong on social media, there's a link tree and everything you need on the Substack page that you could find wherever else you want to find me on social. Thank you for asking, Isabel.
Yeah. And also, Justin, tell us also where people can find you apart from your channel.
I'm just pretty new to this stuff, so I just started like on June 1st, as far as like going on my own, and I've been a keyboard warrior for a long time, so it's not my first rodeo. I just I like to feel like I'm ready to teach better than try to have my own channel, but the time is now. But that they always want us to, I don't know, these teachers, they're taught what to think, not how to think. And when they teach the children, they're just being foot soldiers, realistically. It's all by design. If you know how to regurgitate, then you're going to get an A+ all day long. All you got to do is regurgitate. And if you're really, really good at it, then you can become a teacher. Okay. So they miss the part of teaching you how to think for yourself. And that it's all by design. There's nothing.
There's no accidents.
Accidents.
These pretentious academics are for sure going to be scrubbing toilets with a toothbrush at the end of this. And because it's the only job they'll be able to get. Like, seriously, it's so rotten that they've done this. Like, it's like, and they continue in every direction, and they double down, and they act like, discussion is not even up on the table. And, some of them might be able to willingly say, hey, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was duped. And, that's the first step in the right direction for those people. Exactly what I just described. It's just admit you were wrong. And you can find a way to forgive yourself, which is, that's where, there's a lot of power inside of you that they hid from you. So
that cognitive dissonance is a hell of a drug, and
yeah,
they have the bias of having their entire career and education, into what they know. So it's even harder for them, just as like it was hard for us because we've been indoctrinated since we were born. Before you're walking,
Yeah.
they're already trying to push this down your throat.
Yeah.
But really, they're all just the low foot soldiers, realistically,
Right.
But just to change the subject, or to get back to the other subject about communications and having this call like we're having, where people are talking across the world, it is pretty interesting that it really always blew my mind about, they tell us that it goes through fiber optics and all this, and I'm sitting here speaking with you live in Australia and over here, and this is supposed to go in the air through, to a tower, into some fiber optics across the world, all the way
routed
back
over to the right
in
places.
a matter of a nanosecond. Really, you guys don't skip a beat. I could sneeze and you hear it instantly,
Zero delay,
and have a response. So I agree that there's definitely something more there that they're hiding as well, as far as communication.
Yeah.
through the ether or something. It's
I'd
all
like
about
to-
frequency.
I'd like to.
So-
Go ahead. I'd like to quickly interject, not to interrupt, but
You're good, boss.
I want to add to what you're saying, Jason. And
It's Justin.
Oh, Justin. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. You're good.
Thank you, Justin. I have a friend named Jason Johnson. That's actually a subconscious
No
thing.
worries, brother.
So anyways, like there's a physics, he's into metaphysics and stuff. His name's Ken Wheeler, does a channel called Theoria Apophasis. I like him a lot. I follow him on Substack too. He seems like
This
a
is
really
the
cool.
Electro Earth guy.
Yes. And he has videos about
Monkey Man.
he has videos where he explains like the simplex nature of reality stuff, and that light is not traveling because a wave does not even exist. It's just what something does. And
Awesome.
also that it would be like light would be a rate of induction. And the way he explains that, I'd have to like pass the buck to him on that. But like, if you're interested in the fact that light doesn't even travel, it's just a rate of induction. We like our skin and our bodies would be like hard light. And then similar to what Gene was talking about earlier, there are light holograms that are starting to figure out how to pick things up, which is insane. But it is useful to look at that explanation by him, because I don't interpret him as being rude with his material. He's really trying to help people figure out that the theoretical physics people who don't even know what a field is are just insisting upon something that is basically reinforcing their paychecks they're getting from academic hubris.
Great. 100%.
So I would check his stuff out, and his stuff, like he has videos like gravity doesn't exist and stuff, and it's like the way he explains it is really interesting. Dielectric acceleration and such, it makes a lot of sense.
The only
really
problem with Ken Wheeler is he's a globe earther.
Is he?
The only problem I have with him is that Jaron and Bob was promoting him like fuck.
Yeah. And I remember that interview. I even found that interview was deleted, and I put it back on Odyssey just for people to listen to. But then I knew Jaron was a compromise, but I was like, no, there's value to be extracted. I like to hear what he says, but I'm just saying, like, when he talks about the things that we can see at this point, like he does have a little bit of academic this and that, but like he's critical enough and to where his explanation about light not traveling is extremely useful. That's all. So
the light already there, it just gets excited kind of deal.
I guess it's just like I don't know. Like his explanation is crazy, but I find it fun. I'm not gonna say I'm like I know. I just know the world's flat, dude.
Yeah, well, it's important to be able to listen. It's
Yeah.
important to listen to all the information available.
Yeah. I just wanted to add that to the table. That's all.
Just take with you what resonates with you and drop the rest.
Yeah. Go through it with a fine tooth comb. Question everything multiple times.
Yeah.
Run it through a ringer. Dump out it, and most importantly, you got to dump out everything you think you know, and start, ascertaining that hey, everything needs to be re-questioned because which is right about one thing, and that's the truth doesn't fear investigation. So we need to continue to always push and keep asking the hard questions.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, but this is the thing, Justin. Like he says that truth doesn't fear investigation, but he doesn't answers. Yeah, he comes up with word salad. This is the problem, brother.
Yeah, well, they love their reverse engineering and projection. So everything is infiltrated to the utmost. And that's why we have to be able to use our God-given senses to use discernment, and that's imperative in this battle of truth. Because there's always going to be those people that are fake, and the people you thought you could trust, and it's all just a process, really.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So in the end, it's a really clown show. Like what these people are trying to do, they want to continue to mind the community however they want, like without really giving out something. The shit they're speaking about, they're gonna receive many things and packs and this and info. What the hell are you giving? Yeah, where is the freaking data? First of all, right? And now you're coming up with other psyop in freaking mining the people just because the people want to know what the hell is happening with your business partner. These people are business partners, right?
Oh, yeah.
Understand that this is all Sega have started before TFE and how it's supposed to be planned.
That's what I think.
Right? So all of these people get the traffic,
who was leading the debate tonight between these two?
The Glovers won, man. They always win, don't they? I don't care how bad they get mopped up. They win every time. It's amazing.
Who was the debate leader?
I don't know.
Anybody watch it?
Who
watched it?
Who was
I didn't watch it.
who was the moderator?
Who was leading the debate between Vapesit and Jerem?
I don't know. Does anybody know?
I don't care.
I told Witch that I'd mod, and he.
I'm curious now. Like, it's a great question. I want to know.
Well,
after he took my.
Well, what happened, Justin? What did he say?
He took my wrench away, which I didn't care. I'm surprised I had it this long. I unsubscribed in January when it came back, but I still had the wrench, and he took it away from me, and then it was talking about who they were going to have mod the debate, and I told him that I would mod for him, and he kind of got a chuckle. I was just kidding, but he was pretty offended by it. Really, he's like, "Oh, geez, you're over here just talking shit about me, and then next thing you say is you're gonna the mod for us."
That's because you are not member of the club.
You got that right.
So they have to choose someone who's member of the club, like
Duffy.
Like Duffy, we only ask club members if they wanted to go to Antarctica. So what I have heard is that it was actually David Weiss who was leading the debate between them tonight.
Oh, okay.
And I want to a little.
You mean moderating? You mean moderating?
Really?
I think that is a little strange considering that him and Nigerian are such enemies now.
I can't wait to watch this crap.
I don't think
Dude, just imagine, guys. Just imagine for a moment. One Glober, the so-called, who was a flat earther, and we have one who is saying he's a flat earther still, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have Dave who is moderating this.
Yes.
Just imagine these guys, right?
Yeah.
What is he telling us about this whole shit?
It's the same people who have all these clubs, and it's in the same shows. Everyone was guests at Mark Sargent, and the same guys was asked to go to Antarctica. It's a small club, and we are not members of it. And the ultimate goal is to monopolize all flat Earth content on the internet and put it into an app. so they can choose what people
But
what
brother,
should
but
see.
this was always Tom, but this was Tom, but this was always the scene. This was always since 10 years. It was the same. It's just happening on a higher level. The same shit, right?
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I'm
Monopolize
not.
the content.
Yeah, I'm not always
Yeah,
sold
yeah.
on everybody being nefarious just because they're
So
associated with something.
they
You know?
can choose what people shall watch and not watch, because let's face it, people are lazy. It's much easier to let someone tell you what video to watch.
I
That-
don't have the apps, so I don't. I'm
No, the
yeah.
app was cool enough if it was only the
Yeah.
watch, the clock. But it's not about just the clock.
Mhm.
It's a tracker device, and it's a
Mm.
hub for all flat Earth content, except for the real researchers.
Huh. I mean, yeah. I haven't downloaded the app or anything. I'm not like,
And
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I don't
a
know
funny
much about
side
it.
note is that these blue dots, that shows all flat earthers.
Hmm.
The day that Jaren and Witsit was in Antarctica, it didn't show a blue dot on them there.
Huh.
So
But does it show a blue dot on them when they're here in America?
I guess so, because they are business partners on this app.
I guess that
And,
would be a
another
scientific
fun
experiment.
thing is that this idea of the app was actually stolen by from another flat earther. Flathead Politics.
Hmm.
They were actually giving out this app the same day. But since this Sun, Moon, and Clock app came instead, nothing, And I can believe that he earns millions on this.
That's a good point, because they could have easily just turned their apps on and be like, "Look, hear me!" Like it could get on live. Be like,
Yeah.
"Look, I'm on the app now. I'm off the app. I'm on location on. Here I am. Now you guys can go see it yourself." Like they could have done like a little bit of a scientific experiment there, and they I guess they didn't. I guess I forgot that one. That's a really I know it's interesting. I'm not saying that. Huh? What's
Like
that?
this thing is getting absurd by day, right?
Mhm.
We knew this was coming, but we see how this is coming to like what the hell is going on.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that every single person is involved with some sort of thing, and no matter where people are coming from, it's definitely I'm looking forward to seeing where anybody's going if it's in a more positive note. I'm just saying, I didn't I know that they still associate with each other, and I'm not like gonna do this guilty by association thing, because I feel like that'd be an overreach of my own self to someone else's
It's too
autonomy.
many
But,
coincidences for it to be,
but I mean, Dave was on this show with us in here.
I know.
And for him to say what he was saying, he was like, "Dude, they tried to get me to go, and I fucking didn't." Like, it's. I mean, I don't blame him for not going. You know what I mean?
Just that they asked him to go tells me a lot.
Sure. But I mean, that's not proof to me.
No, it's not proof. But when the same guy is guesting every talk show on the internet,
Mhm.
What's up with that?
I don't know. Well, if it was us, if it was me or you this year, like, would that be a clue? Like, I mean,
No, but it has been the same people for all years.
Yeah. I mean, right. They have good marketing skills. That's what it tells me. Like, I mean, seriously,
Right.
that's what it tells me is he's got better marketing skills than I do. I have no marketing skills. I'm sitting here like, here's
Guys,
my
the reality, the reality is whoever pushing this clown show,
Mhm.
I don't know what the fuck to say, right? We have seen enough movie this whole 6 months how these things have rolled out and how the people were taking sides and what the fuck was happening, right? So now these two have in front of us and people pushing this shit so that the community continues to be confused and be behind these assholes doing nothing for the community. If you guys can't see the shit, I don't see. In my books, whoever is promoting this shit is part of that shit. Is that clear, guys?
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they went to Antarctica. like that's insane.
You know, Tom brought up a good point that I didn't think of and I haven't heard. But yeah, why didn't they pay any attention to the wall?
Yeah.
Nothing. That's a good
That
one.
would have been the first thing I would go and film, you know.
Yeah, he said that they drove over the peninsula or flew over the peninsula, so they never got to see the ice wall, according to the Twistits. But I like the idea. I like the idea of someone like a Bruce McGuire as some moderator, because we need to get down. Not a lot of people learn from these debates. It's just getting ridiculous to where we need to have some type of structure where you can't use fallacies or something,
Right.
because once you get fallacious, your entire argument is moot, and people need to see that most importantly, because they like to spit that word salad out and just continue on or whatever, But I think that's what a good moderator is going to have to consist of, to be a fair debate where people are going to actually learn from it.
Yeah,
fallacies are very important.
And I want to just add, like, I saw the list of people who were involved with the event, and I saw the debate at the top, which is, but like obviously, like some of these other people, like the terrain theory doctors and stuff like that, like I think a lot of them mean well. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna be like guilty by association just because someone's either, this or that and they're there. It's like, and you know what, man? Like, if people do figure out, like, hey, yeah, I do get paid for my work, it's like, good, fine, you're working, whatever. I don't resent you. I'm not freaking, I think, like, for someone like me, I'm an artist. I sell art, like people will buy my art just fine if they like what I'm doing, and I think that goes for anybody here. Like, if you guys all get rich in any way doing whatever, I celebrate your success. I don't have the poverty mindset. Like, this is a manifestation principle at the end of the day, So that's kind of where I'm at with it. And I'm open to seeing new information and whatever, but like, I understand the suspicions about, I'm just saying that, like, yeah, there's a lot of people there who, like, I know that there's even a debate about controlled opposition with the terrain movement. And it's like, yeah, all of them, even in Thomas Cohen's book, The Contagion Myth, he's talking about exosomes in it. And that's what people are identifying in the microscope. And that's actually the body reacting to having been poisoned, which that right there tells the story that basically people got poisoned and sick.
Oh yeah, bro, don't go so deep, bro.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
It's
I don't want
way
to
off
compromise your
topic.
channel. Yeah. But yeah, that's but I'm just saying, like, that's what a lot of those people on the panel seem to be there to probably say, because I've seen a lot of their stuff, and I've collaborated with a few of them. I'm not, that's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, brother. This is the thing. You're speaking about guilty, whatever you said that, right?
By association.
With association.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the same thing. Everybody who was on the TFE thing is a part of this, is guilty by association with Mr. Will Duffy. That's clear as crystal.
Those two. Yeah.
That thing
What's it?
is processing, guys. That thing is processing out, and we can see day by day what is guilty by association. Right?
Yeah, I don't
Exactly.
think that Antarctic Treaty is an accident where we say you can't independently explore. If you go to Antarctica for the intention to take down what we're trying to take down with the powers to be and whatnot, you will be compromised. Whether you do it on your own, whether you do it with compliance with Globers. I do really think that is their last stand to keep their narrative pushed. And I don't think they're just going to let you go there and trash what the last straw that they have to convince the sheep. And
that's our choice whether to be compromised or not. And my choice is absolutely not. So
I think everybody has a price, whether it be monetarily or a threat of your loved ones, or everybody has a price.
That's
regardless
true.
of how much their ego wants to say they don't.
We would think about it in the sense of these Batman comics and how the villains operate in there. Like, it literally, like, how would the Batman villain do it? Well, they go threaten the family of the person they wish to enslave. And then, like, the same thing happens to Negan's character in The Walking Dead. He turns out to be a pretty cool guy, but
Spoiler alert.
they leverage the safety of his family to manipulate him into doing their bidding. It's insane, but there is a how-to even in Mythos, which, you know, it's a formula. It's a simple formula. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, 100%, man. It's we're not dealing with idiots here. They print money literally, so they can even if they're not the smartest people in the world, they can hire the smartest think tanks.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're up
Exactly.
against a lot here. You know,
We're
so
up against people who could just hand you a bag of money and enslave your
Yeah.
friends with that bag of money. That's
right, and
insane.
money's not even the best, you know, persuasive, like you
No,
said. It's a lot
I
worse.
wouldn't take it.
It's a lot
Right.
worse with other psychological and physical threats, and you know
The
whatever.
MK Ultra weirding things too, like
Oh yeah.
strange butterfly brain stuff. Yeah.
But I think if you go there, then you're probably going to end up compromised, even if, you know, you or me or you know, or you or I. I got that strange feeling in my instincts. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what happens when millions of people wake up to the shit we're talking about and start arriving on the doorsteps of these lying astronauts and the Challenger astronauts that survived this, you know, fireworks show they did with the refrigerator in 1986? Like, that's all that's got to happen is like, yeah, dude, like, so what happens when all these people start asking for their money back? That's what I'm after. Like, I think I could double down on this for the rest of my life. I'm good. Like,
Yeah, it's crazy
Why not?
too.
Where
when
else
you-
are we
when you-
going, bro?
when you
yeah,
think about
I'm
that-
here. I'm
when
not
you think
going
about the Antarctic Treaty, you know, and
yeah.
how they're all these countries are in it together, but they control it by the air, sea, and land. And the funny
Yeah.
thing is like you have the maritime law, you have the aviation organization, and you have the United Nations, and that's how they control all the monetization of Antarctica through
and
the
all
treaty.
the people who are strong arming for the United Nations, they all have to be like 80 IQ, freaking motel potential, just sitting around like playing with their phones until they're called to action. Like, you can't be a smart person and be like, I want to go join the UN. Like, these people
they're selected, you know,
they're
not
really
elected,
demoralized too, probably. Like, they don't have truth on their side at all.
No, and the funny thing is all their logos happen to have the flat Earth map on it.
Yeah.
Whoa,
Yeah.
the World Health Organization and all these, you know,
Yeah.
world leaders just so happen to have an AE map on their logo.
Human-shaped maggots is wearing blue helmets, in my opinion.
You know, even if you wanted to join the UN for a good reason, they might let you in, but you're not getting anywhere. You know, I was hanging out with a retired cop a few weeks back, and he's been off the force for 15 years. Guess how many people he knows that's still active?
None.
One. One person still active.
It's demoralization is insane with them right now. He's like,
well, look at the regime change in such a short period of time.
Like, why?
You know,
like,
they're weeding these guys out.
Yeah, and enough of those people have access to good information, just like we do. And you know, as soon as they start to figure out, wait a minute, these dudes are talking about something that really does have consequences, and you know, anybody I care about that I've ever met through my whole life, yeah, they are paying to live for no reason, and they are doing it for who? These people who are trying to get me, trying to get me to do horrible. They're trying to get me to go do horrible things to innocent people in a desert elsewhere. Which I won't say those words. I'll change the topic. I know, but like, yeah, dude, freaking, like, there's no way they can just continue saluting and caring about these false dichotomies. Which, you know, the spell is being broken from, you know, humanity itself. And for those people who are in that, like, you know, they have the potential to change from within too. Not, I mean, some of them, I would say, if they double down and really want a human shield for a totalitarian regime, that's really despicable and it's spiritually inept. It's you know, the most brave thing you can do is walk away, dude. These things they're trying to get you to do are beneath what any human ever deserves to experience. And you know, it look no further than these governments that are just tricking young men into enslaving themselves to the coercion of being like, okay, when you're 18, and this is what our dipshit parents' generations, fucking no offense to anybody's, specific parents, but their generation, okay, I'm speaking about that big amount of them, no one specific, right? But it's like, yeah, that generation just said, okay, well, when you're 18, you either get to go breathe in toxic fumes at a freaking industry, or you can clock in after enslaving yourself into debt with a lot of school, and then you can go clock in somewhere and stare at Microsoft Excel for 8 hours a day, so your skin starts falling off your face in your mid-20s, and then by the time you're 50, maybe you saved up half of your 401k and you don't get to retire till you're almost 70. Or you can go and do horrible things to people in a desert elsewhere to extract resources for the people here so they can build more horizontal Costco's to enslave people in. And so it's like the options are really bleak. And that's why earlier I was saying, yeah, these kids playing with their phones and turning TikTok into a hilarious slot machine, I admire them. I'm pulling for them. Dude, keep making money in your way, in an honest way. And yeah, like making good things and having philosophical things to say, expanding the horizons of your own exposure by simply being yourself. That is like punk rock 101. That's true spiritual authenticity. So yeah, if you guys have figured out how to squeeze money out of these phones so we don't have to be enslaved to Costco or the military industrial complex, keep it up. You guys are great. That's what I think,
Hey, Vikka, I need to go. Thanks for bringing me up. I got to go. Appreciate meeting everybody. Tom, James,
Yeah.
Justin, Eric.
Oh yeah.
I
So
got to run, guys.
yeah,
Thanks,
last
Tron.
thoughts,
Have
Tron.
a good.
I have
Tell
to go
us your
too.
last thoughts about the title.
I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, Tron, you can go first, and then next. Last thoughts about the topic today. Yeah, the title.
Oh, the clown debate. I'm not going to waste my time with it because they're debating. It's a big loser. It's a big nothing burger. It's a psyop. It's meaningless. That's what I think about. I wouldn't pay 30 cents to watch that garbage. That's my statement on it. I'm going to go forward and do what I'm doing. Continue to do what I'm doing. It's just propagating, putting out the truth of the shape of the earth, the flat earth, the best that I can in the medium that I'm on right now. And it's not for everybody. It's not for the faint of heart, but I seem to be able to do it. But so
Great work, Tron.
Job well done, Tron.
Thank you,
Keep
man.
going, bro.
Yeah,
We're
dude.
lucky to have you with us.
Awesome, Tron.
I do have some content. You saw my latest, right? My latest presentation on the attitude indicator. That's my
Right.
That you'll know more about an aircraft attitude indicator than any human being should ever know.
Tron, you gotta see flatten the curve, Tron.
Seen it.
All right, so you know
dude.
the ADI.
Yeah.
Bye, all. Thank you, sirs.
It's great to see you, Tron.
Thank you,
Good to
guys.
see you, bro.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, Tron. Thanks for passing by, bro. See ya. Yeah, who was next? Who
I'm
was
losing
saying wanted to? Hello.
Oh, what'd you say, Tom?
Go ahead. Your
I'm
last
out of
thoughts.
battery now, so
Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
go out
So,
now. So
yeah, your last thoughts. Go ahead.
well, you kind of lost me in the end there, but too many topics at the same time.
I said, what is your last thoughts about? Yeah.
About
last thoughts about the topic of
about the
today.
clones?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, sir.
I think we shouldn't give them any attention. The more we talk about them, the
Yeah,
more
but don't you? Yeah, but don't
curious
you think? Don't you think? Yeah, okay. Before 1 moment. Don't you think? You said don't give it attention. But don't you think that the people should know what the fuck is happening? Because when you entered, you also mentioned that you've been seeing this bullshit from 2000, even before, almost a decade.
Yeah.
So don't you think it's time that the people should know what the hell is happening? That's it, bro. Go ahead.
They should have known many years ago. They should have known the minute he started to ask for money for everything. That just put me off. I came to Flat Earth to get away from these things. So you cannot really force people to you can't force them to see if they can't see. You can lead the sheep to water, but you cannot make them see its level, right? So I don't know what to do. I think I like to believe that these evil people will be exposed sooner or later if they continue in the same way, like karma, if you can call it. So I already said everything I could say about these things, but what I know about them, what they have done. I have warned people for many years, but nobody seems to listen to that. So I don't think we can control what people follow and not follow. If someone wants to go to these clown debates, no, screw them. They're stupid. I don't care about them. They're non-playing characters, not worth saving if they choose to, be like that. So I'm losing battery now, so I really have to hang up. But thank you for tonight, guys, and maybe we see some other time.
Yeah, dude. Tom,
Oh yeah, brother.
you're
Whenever you want.
Okay.
You're a true
Oh
artist,
yeah.
Tom.
One
Thank
more.
you.
Yeah. So everybody do
take care and
follow Genetic Truth
Justin,
Tube.
Did you post the link to your channel?
YouTube?
Yeah. Okay.
Alrighty. Thanks for being here, Tom. Yeah,
Nice to
great
meet
to
you,
chat
Tom.
with you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
brother.
Tom.
Take care,
Come back
Tom.
again, bro.
Let's play some chess soon.
Bye.
All right. Yeah.
Alrighty. Who's next?
I'll go next. Yeah.
Go ahead,
so,
Justin.
In my opinion, it's unauthentic, obviously, their stance, but I think that it's very important to see that the whole final experiment in the first place, my ideology is they can't just all come back flat earthers, and it's just too obvious. They want to make it look like this is organic, to where they're all having their own opinions of what happened, and but ultimately they're all going to agree that the sun was 24 hours and the AE map is garbage. But really, ultimately, this debate that they're having, it's just two liars controlling a narrative, and it's just pushing exactly what I just said, how they're just trying to push and like that there's an organic beliefs in each one of those people, when they're really all on the same chapter. They're working for the same entity. But I think that's very logical to think that way. Not that it's a fact, or it isn't, but it seems to me like when you have Weiss saying one thing, that there is no sun, but Weiss or Witsit got tricked into thinking there was a sun. And I've even showed on my stream where it's impossible for Witsit, this smart guy, because he's no dummy. This guy's going to mistake that Union Glacier wasn't Union Glacier Mountain when they literally went away from it so the sun didn't duck behind it. That right there tells me everything I need to know. Plus, Dave White's is biased because his whole entire career is based off his map, or his app, basically. So he has to remain on that and with that ideology. And Witsit, he's going to say, yeah, there's a 24-hour sun to muddy the waters with the AE map. I just think it just makes a lot more sense with that. But as far as the debate, it's all just propaganda, realistically. It's more than meets the eye. Go ahead.
Nice.
Absolutely, yeah. In the end, what they're creating is this, right? Another way, another road, which also gonna just deprogress of the real things and continue the grift. But if we put in simple word, that's what it looks like. So everything is in question still, right, with these people. So nothing can be taken, because as you say, their main purpose is to like to debunk the AE map. And the best part is how Dave is playing in all this. He's risking his own AE map with his own app. by doing what he's doing with these people, right? So right from the start to even trying to defend and going against flat Earth, and now at this stage, so we don't know if he's willingly wanna that his app doesn't work anymore, because if these people are just so much on with the AE map, that is wrong. That's the whole agenda. So yeah, bro. So this is just helping
Right.
to.
And when you have a bias like that, you should probably recuse yourself in the first place. Like, what does your opinion matter when you have such a strong bias? Isn't that a good question?
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think he's the
Oh yeah.
man to be trying to play bodyguard in the first place, you know. And he claims that he's not, but if you're going to sit there and defend that Witsit's that dumb to mistake that mountain, that to me was a nail in the coffin, you know. There's a lot of different evidence to support that everything about that shit was fake. Like I said, you could see the drop, you could see the background meet the ground. If you take a level across the entire screen on some of Witsit's channels, you can see that it's clearly there's no deviation in the ground, and also the camp was missing. So, you know, that's just that's all I need, really. You know, that's enough. You don't need a million proofs to muddy the waters, and they like to dilute, you know, with his whole Vapesit, you know, thing. He wants to say, oh, well, somebody edited a video and he was bending down, and he'll defend that every single time instead of trying to defend the actual video where he hit the damn thing walking out of the place and walked right up to the camera and blew it out. So he became more fallacious than anybody I've ever seen overnight. He's the guy who taught me mostly about fallacies. I'm talking about Witsit. And then he comes back being fallacious. Like, it's time to wake up, you know?
Oh yeah, brother. How do you call it? Snake salesman oil, or in Spanish we call smoke seller. Nothing is tangible is gonna come out anymore.
That's
Just
why I
selling
keep
smoke,
saying,
bro.
yeah, exactly. That's why it's important not to trust anybody and question everything, because nobody here has amnesty. You know, they're not, you know, people keep saying, when I was in Witch's chat the other night, it was like, oh, well, he's been telling me the truth for 10 years. You're not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't give anybody the benefit of the doubt. You're either a liar or you're not. And that's fallacious to say that kind of comment anyway, because you could tell the truth for 20 years and then be a liar tomorrow. That doesn't mean he's never going to lie. So you just got to be able to pick apart when people are being fallacious. And that'll
Oh
tell
yeah,
you a lot.
and
Yeah.
oh yeah, and the explanation of grifter that he was telling to the people, dude, he's literally being an example of really grifting, because he's saying a grifter never tell lies. For sure, you have to say something about flat Earth so that the people are going to follow you, right? You're not just going to be totally lying, right? So where you reach to one stage where you started being part of this project and start lying, the people are not stupid. The people can see it. Every time now when he's coming, now it's about grifting, because this whole debate is a freaking grift right there, right? If you are so much about the truth, keep a reasonable price, and maybe people go ahead because maybe they're curious. But no, it's a freaking show, right?
Yeah.
It's a show.
These people are really desperate, you know. So our movement has gotten so big that they're desperate, and that's what the final experiment is really about. It's about shutting that movement down and just obfuscations and muddying the waters once again, you know, with all kinds of different opposing ideologies from conclusions of when they went. None of them agree on everything, which is even stranger to me. You know, like, it just seems like it's scripted like everything else. And once you know the enemy, they're crazy to even try this, but once again, they're desperate. They don't have a lot of options. So, you know, they're going to do what they can to try to stop this movement and people becoming aware of all the lies, you know.
Oh yeah, we have to understand where the community is going with this, because the two people who went there and the whole community was, yeah, man, we're gonna get some real stuff here, right? Not everybody, but we knew what the fuck is gonna happen with Will Duffy being involved, right? And when they come back, now they come back with these two different narratives. The other flip, and now this, believe in a 24-hour sun because I say so, because of a video that we shared to everybody. That's it. And from there we're gonna go. So whatever is gonna come, the people needs to wake up. So that's the thing. The people need to freaking wake up, right?
And fortunately for us, you know, we're we're like hawks, man, before they even go, you know. So you can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time, especially this community, because we didn't get here by not questioning things and having cognitive dissonance, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, this also shows that how stupid someone have to be being a part of that community who know that they dig in freaking more than the people can imagine, and you are trying to push something to a community who are very well known to look with the micro
Oh yeah.
glasses and at nano level everything. Good luck with that, guys.
Yeah,
So who is
exactly.
the freaking stupid?
Yeah, that just
Who
shows
is
you
the really
how
stupid?
desperate. Yeah, it just shows you how desperate they are. You know, and that's all they have. They don't have the truth on their side, so it's not going to look very smooth coming from their decisions and actions. You know, they have to literally try to convince us of lies. That can't be easy, especially us. You
They
know,
got the
we're just
numbers. So many
that's all
people
they
coming
got.
from so many angles is what they got.
Yep. But we got facts on our side, and facts will prevail. They will. You know, when you have the eyes to see, and you can't be just persuaded like you used to be able to be persuaded, then that's where you're gonna excel in enlightenment. You got to be able to think for yourself and use logic and trust your God-given senses. They teach you to hand dismiss all your senses like they're always wrong or something, when the actual fact is that your senses are divine. You're divine. And I wouldn't recommend ever hand dismissing your senses. You know, if you can prove it with a burden of proof, then I have no problem going against my senses. But you know, they're right almost all the time, as far as I'm concerned. Until then,
Oh yeah.
you need to prove otherwise, because that's going to maintain our default, because it doesn't feel like we're moving. It doesn't look like we're curved, but you're wrong and you're wrong. Well, they have the burden of proof to make that such a claim. And here we are, 2025, and there's zero scientific evidence to support a globe or motion.
Yeah, correct.
Oh yeah. And only because they won, now they want that in the A map there should be a 24-hour sun, right?
Yeah, in the north.
There have to be no. They want now also in the south, because
In the
Mr.
south.
Austin is saying, Mr. Austin, the guy everybody who thought he's going to save the community, right? He's saying there's a 24-hour sun that needs to be fitted on a 24 on our AE map,
Yeah,
where we
which
have
can't. Right.
Dude, I didn't know about
exactly.
that. That's
So,
crazy. Yeah, I didn't know he's going that far. That's crazy.
Oh
That makes
yeah.
sense though. I mean, I just gotta admit, yeah, a contrast of exposition. That's all. And I'm willing to look at more information. That's all I can. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
but it's the same thing. When you're saying there is a 24-hour sun, he as a representative went and witnessed it. So he's saying that it has to have to be some way to work on an AE map. He's not saying the Earth is a globe, but he's saying there's a 24-hour sun, same like that Mr. Judas saw it, right? Or the rest of the gang saw it, right? So there have to be, right? The Earth is still flat. So
Yeah, they just want to muddy the waters, you know, by destroying the AE map. They make us look really ignorant, because a lot of us, you know, use the AE map as a model, but none of us claim to think it's 100% accurate, because obviously we can't even explore what we need to explore to validate it, you know. But you know, the fact that they're claiming it's a 24-hour sun also is going to lead to a lot of flat earthers coming up with possibilities of a 24-hour sun on a flat plane. And the truth is that if there was a 24-hour sun down there, you would have never have to fake it ever. You could just show it. And we've already caught them faking it multiple times. So it tells you everything you need to know. You don't need to fake something that happens. What a concept, huh? And they've been caught multiple times faking it.
Oh yeah, and then when we have one flat earth representative, one flipped, and another representative telling us to believe in for face value that there is a 24-hour sun, with all the CGI shit, with all the stitching shit, with all the After Effects, right? Everything included, right? And that's as a data, terabyte of data. Yeah, just one video. Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah.
it just causes more division because even people that are flat earthers are gonna, like Hanley coming up with a new model where there's a second sun, and all these things are just more division. It's like a rising earth in our discussions. It's just another form of people can't have a common agreement anymore. And when somebody new comes and looks at this community, they just see a lot of muddied water with different opinions and objections, and which is healthy
People
to some
fighting.
degree. Yeah, but it's always fighting, and it's all about division. And they're not stupid, and it's all about division, and it's working. But people like us here on this channel, we see right through their bullshit long before they ever even went. We're seasoned.
Oh yeah, brother. Oh yeah, absolutely. From
You
a
know the
very long time.
enemy.
Oh
You
yeah.
just know the enemy. You know how they work. They use the same playbooks.
That is the reason I say it's whatever we are going through right now to the purge or detox, if you want to call it, right? I'm still glad that this shit happened, right? It's
Absolutely.
their bad luck that they didn't even realize that they're trying to play a psyop on a community who's really, really awake, right? So it's their problem. Now they have to face it. It's a good opportunity for the people to see what the reality is. As Tom mentioned, and there are many other people who has been seeing this thing from a very long time. And some people are also calling out, but some people don't care a shit because it's all in the end turns into a shit show, right? This is the reason, as you guys saying, the more conquer, divide and conquer, right? But the problem is always was and is going to be is about gatekeeping of everything, right? And monopolizing because yes, but the tides are changing, the time is changing, the technologies are changing, and it's going to affect everything, every conspiracy, everything. So that is not going to be less. So anyway, Justin, yes, anything more, brother? Last thoughts, and then we're going to go to Ira and close it up too. Yep.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. I appreciate you guys having me on and everything, and just make sure you guys click that, hit the like button. So it was a great conversation. I appreciate it. It was a pleasure meeting all you guys, and I definitely won't be a stranger. I enjoy the Discord here, and it's really important to stay strong and united as much as possible.
Oh yeah,
I agree,
absolutely,
bro.
brother. Whenever you want, as Ira mentioned, it's a plaza. Everybody comes here, even to say hello, your thoughts, input. So yeah, it's good to have you too, brother. And yeah, it's all about we have to listen to everybody, and that everybody speaks because this is what was really in reality was missing because it was always the selected and the elected, right? So absolutely, brother. Thanks for being here, and whenever you want.
Thank you guys so much. Have a good evening, and happy Father's Day to everybody, all you fathers out there.
Oh
You
yeah,
too, brother.
you too,
Thank
bro.
you.
God bless.
Good to meet you, man.
You too, brother.
Yeah.
Ira.
Nice to meet Justin. Nice to meet everybody who came in. Obviously, Tom and I played some chess last night, and it's been really interesting to see all this unveil. And obviously, like, we have our different, we may have our contrasting like ways of discerning things. And I would suggest to anyone listening along is that we all have a difference in what we're exposed to. Like, there's some different videos that maybe incriminate one person or another. And, I may not have seen it, or Gene may not have seen it, or Vikka may not have seen it yet. But, like, we come to the plaza here to mention things we've seen so that eventually we get caught up with these things. And eventually we can actually compile these things into philosophical arguments and make them concrete so that everybody can see it for themselves a little more efficiently. That's the thing, is like, a lot of these different factors and things, especially regarding like who's might be guilty by association or not, and to where is the line, I'm not sure where the line is, and I'm not, I'm just saying that obviously the people who are faking this TFE thing, the two names that are in this, in the title of this video, those two specifically, I would say, there's a level of deception in which, it amidst as much as I dislike and I can clown on these, circus villains and stuff, it's that just admit you're wrong. That's my advice, for those guys, is like, just eventually, when you really think about it, and that bag of money you keep getting ain't worth it, just admit you're wrong to the freaking world. Literally, like we can see the clown show of this TFE thing just doing damage control to maintain this issue. And the big issue is that, hey, guess what? We're all critical of being basically enslaved. And this freaking icon, look, I'll grab my coffee mug right now just to show people like how far they go. You can't unsee it. It's fucking everywhere, man. They use this open air prison system to keep you tame and prevent you from exploring anything. And they insist you this false model, these pirates who are lying to you about the ground that you're walking on, they're just charging you money to live because they want you to play their game. We were born into a system in which people were already playing their game. And now you've got butt hair picking construction workers putting together freaking houses that fall apart and trying to sell them for close to $1 million. Nobody can even afford to live in the type of economy in which they want to constrict us and make us like fight each other in. So a lot of the stuff, like the divisions based on who's on this side of politics, there's a reason I come on Vikka's podcast and not really anybody else's. I occasionally produce my own things and write my own articles. I tend to make like really well edited films or something. That's what I like. And I like to write hardcore music. But like the reason I come to this one instead of like splintering off and fragmenting further, it's like, guess what? Like this is a place where like the discernment is key. And despite like the difference of exposition of things that haven't been revealed to, this is a way for me to, not only for me myself to find better information, but knowing that there's a willing audience here participating, giving feedback, even for the people who are very ungrateful for some of the things I say. Like, yeah, I'm here to burst the bubble about like others, as many psyops as I can see and measure the consequences of. And that division and fragmentation splinters movements, because the reason they're not only lying to you about where you live, but about the thing that's the size of a briefcase that could destroy the entire world if thrown out and played volleyball with these nations that are actually all secretly on the same team. They're all doing it to their own civilians because they're preventing the emergence of any type of village, any type of real plaza. They're preventing the ascendance of the individual and thus the conscious community who can network around these individuals. And yeah, it's important for us to figure out the bad players and then find like elements of dishonesty. Either someone wants to steal from you or they don't. And either someone wants to lead you astray or they simply don't. And yeah, I think someone was saying earlier, like there's definitely a lot to be said about how people get pinched and compromised. It's what Justin was talking about earlier, and that does happen. So I even factor those kind of things in, and I'm not trying to use it to be extremely sympathetic, but it does factor in to say we're here to measure what the situation is. We're not trying to tell everybody exactly what to do about what there is. But that level of discernment can give people the tools they need to navigate this reality system. I'm trying to shine a light down the rabbit hole. And for what I know and what spells I know how to break, what I know about like things that you can measure, things that are beyond science, whatever I know, things that these guys know a lot about too. Here's my website, proxyearth.substack.com. And if you want my more fun content, you go on there, find my link tree, and you just find what you want, But in this Substack page, I worked for.
Are you frozen?
Yeah, I lost them.
Alrighty. Yeah, do check out his stuff, Ira stuff on Substack. Absolutely. Oh yeah. This is the thing, guys. Yeah. Open your eyes. Yeah. This thing is gonna be playing more day by day, right? As I was saying, there are things that not making sense too, but deep down we know what's happening, right? So maybe it's a test, so that the people can maybe, when you or people get lost, and when you find the right way, you really understand what the journey is, right, about, right? So, oh yeah. So we lost Ira. Gene, last thoughts, brother.
Yeah, bro. Thanks for the show, man. This was a particularly interesting one, actually. We went a little off topic here and there, but I think we got a lot out of it on topic, which was great. Yeah, this map right here, I like this one. I like the colors, and it matches flight plans. So that's the best I got right now. I don't really think anybody knows for sure, so I wouldn't claim because I sure don't. But the way I think I see it is whoever's controlling things is teams of teams of teams planning this stuff out, and they probably got like a loose guide on the next 100 years of goals, and then the next 50 years those plans tighten up into more secure plans where they know they got some things for sure, and then as it trickles down into, like, let's say 10 years, those plans get real tight. They got the right people in the right places, and it's almost a no-fail system. And by the time you come down to like a year, like let's say in a year from now, they know everything that's going to happen, every detail. So we're trying to shake that up, and so that's a battle. That's challenging. I think they're losing control. The truth is obvious. Um, you know, NASA. I saw a meme today on Facebook. I don't know if it's true, but it'd be great if it was. But NASA is allegedly going to be shutting down a bunch of social media pages now because they're getting slammed. They're getting hammered. I think a lot of us have seen that. You go on those pages and it's like people waking up. And it's awesome. It's great, man. I love being here with all you guys. Everyone in the chat. I had a good time tonight. I really appreciate everybody that came and hung out on Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to everybody. You, Vikka, everybody on the panel was super awesome tonight. It was really cool to meet a couple of new guys. We all got different ways of looking at it. But I don't. Hopefully, that doesn't mean we need to fight about it, because that's not gonna gain good attention, I don't think. Think about where we came from, all the lies that we were taught. So yeah, we're figuring it out, and it's great to be here with you guys. So we'll see you next week, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. So this is the thing. This whole thing with this debate, the TFE, and now the debate, it's almost like those fake WWE in the 90s, right? It was so fake, but the people used to enjoy it. It's the same shit, right? Exactly same shit. It's just so scripted and fake. And this is the thing, the people are falling for it. Many are falling for it. Same with the 2020 and all this. It was so fake and people are falling for it. So imagine it's the same shit. So whatever is coming out here right now and this playing is going on, it's all part of the WWE kind of scripted shit. So
Yeah.
good luck, everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I really don't think that this conversation they had, I think it was tonight, people were saying, I don't know when it is. I'm definitely interested in seeing it. I wouldn't pay a nickel either, like Tron said. I wouldn't give him 5 cents to watch that live. No way. I'll wait for the reruns. That's no big
Oh
deal.
yeah, to see how they are fooling the people, for sure. For
Yeah,
sure.
no, absolutely, bro. I think it's
Oh
important
yeah.
to watch it.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh yeah. For sure we want to watch it just for that, to see how good, well scripted it is, or
yeah,
where they are screwing it up. For
yeah,
sure.
exactly. And I'm sure they're gonna drop the ball, just like like if what they filmed, what they went down there was true, they wouldn't even know how to go down there. So
Oh yeah, just see the absurdity. Two went there and are claiming shit, and now they're coming and debate.
yeah,
People are
right.
buying it, and the people are buying. Good luck, everyone. So yeah,
No.
thanks for being here. It was an awesome panel tonight. Amazing people. Absolutely, shout out to everyone. Tom, RG, Tron, Iron, Blacklight. Did I miss somebody else? Ira,
Justin.
Justin, and yep, and everybody in the chat, each and every one of you who spent the time with us tonight. Absolutely amazing. Yep. Keep your eyes open, guys, and good luck. And we'll see you next week. Maybe next week our show. Maybe it's gonna be a little bit late, an hour or something more, or we'll let you know. But yeah, see you all next week because yeah, this thing is gonna be rolling. Thanks, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
You all. Yep, this is Vikka signing out, guys. See you next week. Bye, everyone. Love you all.